I figured leaving home and heading to the city for school would be a big step. I knew it would be different to what I was used to. And yet, when you give it a chance, you realise there's that same sense of belonging. We learn to believe in ourselves and a greater purpose. We learn about commitment to ourselves and each other. We give a hand and help those in need. We work together. We play together. We learn through practice. I wondered if I would be lost amongst everyone else. But they know me here and look out for me. I still have my family. It just got bigger.
Reconciliation. One word, but it's more than a word. Process. Bringing relevance to ancientness. So important. You can't do that by just saying one word. Just like the smoking ceremony, you start simply setting intent, knowing in your heart that it's needed. You grab the sticks, the little ones, the medium ones, the big ones. You grab 2 other special sticks and you rub them together. And you'll get that flame when that flame's ready. So we must not rush this process. Here at Riverview, we feel and we act in the sense of conciliation. Because we understand we must start the process of healing. Because history shows us that there's no relationship to go back to. So here, we commit to starting it through the mother.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to St Ignatius College Riverview for the 139th Annual Gold Cup Regatta. We are currently underway with the first race of the day, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 7, underway on the course, currently rowing down. We're just a little bit behind time, but the crew in lane 1 is Pinball Ladies 2. In lane 2, we have Mossman. In lane 3, Pinball Ladies 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Dr. Paul Heim, we'd like to welcome you to St Ignatius College today for what is the 139th edition of the Gold Cup Regatta. At the end of the day, there'll be crews competing for, a women's and a men's crew competing for the respective Gold Challenge Cups. But before that, we've got a lot of great racing to have before you today, including a lot of schoolgirl, a lot of schoolboy rowing, and some club rowing along the way. My name's Josh DeAngelis. I'm joined here by Luke O'Brien. We'll be your hosts. Just a reminder as well that we are live streaming all around the world. So if you do want to interact with us on the comments on the live stream, please feel free to do so. We'd also like to remind everyone that we've got the Old Ignatius Union's barbecue down there. All the funds raised during that barbecue go to the Riverview Bursary Program. So please, if you're feeling a bit peckish, go down there. All of it going towards a good cause. But we'll turn our attention now to the race coming down. It seems as though that Pinball Ladies 1 is in the lead out of lane 3, followed by Mossman and Pinball Ladies 2 bringing up the rear in lane 1. For those that haven't been to a Gold Cup before, the Gold Cup is characterised by a unique dogleg turn. So in the middle of the course, you can see a pylon to the right where the flag is, a checkered flag is, and there's a buoy in the middle of that. Lanes 1 and 2 must go in between that buoy and that flag, with the lanes 3, 4 and 5 coming around that buoy. The race is also 1,400 metres long, which is longer for a lot of the junior schoolboy and schoolgirl races, but also shorter than a lot of the senior and the club races. So it's a real test of a coxswain's ability to be able to navigate this course, but also for a lot of the younger crews, a bit of a further task to be able to row 1,400 metres instead of the usual 1,000 metres. So just coming around the buoy now, we've got the Pinball Ladies 1 crew, followed by going right around the inside of the buoy, Mossman, and then back to Pinball Ladies 2. And as the Pinball Ladies 1 crew with probably about a 4 both length lead over the Mossman crew, who are holding off the Pinball Ladies 2 crew very valiantly. It could be a great finish this last 300 metres until the wharf finish. But it is Pinball Ladies 1 who have a comfortable lead, rowing incredibly succinctly and strongly. As you can see, the last 200 metres of the Pinball Ladies crew, their coxswain spurring them on for one last effort to finish off the race, followed by the Mossman crew. And it is the Pymble Ladies #1 crew who will take out the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, Division 7. That's Georgia Ewan, Emily Raff, Arnica Maslin, Emily England, Jacqueline Zhu, and coached by Alexandra Reid. And about to cross the line is the Mossman crew of Alice Stringer, Olive Thangaraj, Emil Kemper-Massey, Emily Plowman, Lot Raverstein, and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Followed by the Pymble Ladies 2 crews, the Santa Kapoor, Claire Ferreira, Catherine Boyce, Sanya Lakani, Emily Bartrop, and coached by Gabrielle Carmody.
Turning our attention back up the course now, race 2 is well and truly underway. This is the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. We have 3 entrants in this race. We have Roseville in lane 1, Pymble Ladies 2 in lane 2, and Pymble Ladies 1 in lane 3. And it's the Pymble Ladies 1 crew in lane 3 that hold quite a strong lead at the moment, back to Pymble Ladies 2. And then Roseville not too far behind from there. That's on, yeah.
And we've got results for the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 7 race. In first place was Pymble Ladies #1 with a time of 6:22.37. In second we had Mossman with a time of 6:42. And in third place we had Pymble Ladies #2 with a time of 6:52.9.
We have a very full schedule of racing today, as Josh was mentioning. We have 85 races in total, I believe, and it's great to see after 2 or 3 years of COVID disruptions that we've got crowds back down here on the foreshore. We've got the pleasure craft back on the water as well, and we've got a full program of not only schoolboy and schoolgirl races, but club rowing, masters rowing, as well as our 2 open 8 races as well to finish the day. So we are racing about every 4 minutes here according to the schedule. So as soon as one race finishes, we're probably a quarter of the way through our next race as well, which is really great. Plenty of action. And as the crews now approach the final 350 metres of the race, it is the Pymble Ladies 1 crew in lane 3 as they come around the turning buoy, who are leading as they head for home on the home stretch. And then slightly further back, we've got Pymble Ladies 2 and Roseville in lanes 1 and 2, battling it out for second place. But it is the Pymble Ladies 1 crew in lane 3 now, with about 250 metres to go, looking very strong. We've got an 8 to 9 length boat lead back to Pymble Ladies 2, and then Roseville not too far behind as they approach the turning marker. Coming towards the finish line now, Pymble Ladies 1, with a very strong result in this race 2, schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. Looking very strong through the water, rowing really well in time. That's a great result for them. Big congratulations to Pymble Ladies 1, winners of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. That's Zara Kinneberg, Allegra Tormbeschlag, Olivia Norton, Annie Pennington, Me Naito is the Cox, and coaches Matilda Pennington and Lewis Gray. Big congratulations to them. And crossing the line, or just about to cross the line now in second place, we have the Pymble Ladies 2 crew. Harriet Murphy, Mia Sherry, Lucy Simpson, Phoebe Pockley, Bonnie Hebblewhite is the Cox, and coached by India Thompson. And we have Roseville now in lane 1 coming through in 3rd place. A great effort from all the crews involved here. That's Renee Hahn, Emily Wang, Amalia Fielder, Elizabeth Giles, Lulu Emile Gibson is the Cox, and coaches Bella Ryan and Adelaide French. Great effort from all crews there. And we have the official timings for the race, for race 2, if Josh would like to take us through those.
So for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6, in first place we had Pymble Ladies number 1 with a time of 5 minutes 56, cracking that 6-minute mark time. In second place we had Pymble Ladies 2 with a time of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. And in third we had Roseville with a time of 6:51.21.
Turning our attention back up the course now, race 3 well and truly underway. We've got the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. It's the last of our little group of schoolgirl races to start the morning here. And we've got 3 entrants in this race. We've got Pymble Ladies in lane 1, Roseville in lane 2, and Mossman in lane 3. And it looks as though Mossman just might be holding a 1 to 2 length lead back to Roseville in lane 2. But it'll be very interesting to see as they start to approach the dogleg turn that Josh was talking about earlier. That should start to even up and set us up for a really, really tight and close contest as they head for home. And that's not to discount Pymble Ladies in lane 1 either, who are only slightly further back. So we have the Mossman crew and the Roseville crew starting to approach the turn now. And it does look as if the Mossman crew is holding a slight lead. The Coxswain's taking that turn very well. Not to get too tight to the turning buoy so that the turn's super tight and kills a lot of that boat run. But not too wide either to make the rowers row any extra distance. But they've strained it up really well now. We'll start to head to the ferry wharf for home. As Roseville also start to make the turn as well in lane 2. And so with 250 metres to go, it's Mossman holding about a 2 to 3 length lead back to Roseville in lane 2. And they've just upped their rate a bit slightly now as they look to pull away from the Roseville crew, this Mossman crew. Rowing very, very well. Just got slightly more power through the water as they start to pull away even a bit more and maintain and extend their lead. Looking very strong here, the Mossman crew. But Roseville also putting up a really, really strong fight as well. Some great racing from all crews there. But it is the Mossman crew in lane 3 who will win the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull Division 5. That's Chloe Benfield, Arabella Turner-Smith, Sophie Hay, Erica Nutt, Alexandra Pearson is the coxswain and coached by Ben Whitewolf. And Roseville in second place. Sophie Ben, Kiona Wu, Amelia Shadforth, Annabelle Eburn, Beth Lawrence is the cox and coaches Samantha Reeves and Sophie Brady. And then slightly further back we have the Pymble Ladies crew in lane 1. We still have about 250 metres to go but are rowing very, very well. Unfortunately, it looks as if the pinball ladies crew has had some technical difficulties there in the boat. I think there might be a broken oar or a broken slide from the looks of it, which is incredibly unfortunate. But it is great to see that they will still finish the race, which is always great. Great effort there from the pinball ladies crew in lane 1. Zara Simpson, Ainsley Raymond, Matilda Schmidt, Holly Hogan, Sabella Simpson is the cox and coached by Sophie Wickens.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just got some results for the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Skull Division 5. In first place was Mossman with a time of 6:23.95. In second place, we had Roseville with a time of 6:35.72. And in third place, we had Pinball Ladies College with a time of 8:06.01. That Pinball Ladies crew having some technical difficulties with their bow seat, unable to row. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, welcome to the 139th edition of the Gold Cup Rowing Regatta, one of the premier sporting events on the Sydney calendar, the oldest rowing regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. This year, we gather to witness the spectacle of St Ignatius College Riverview playing host to some of the finest rowers from around the country as they compete on the Lane Cove River. Now, what makes this particular regatta so special? Well, it's not just the stunning backdrop of the river or the unrivaled skill and determination of the athletes, though those are certainly impressive in their own right. No, what sets the Gold Cup apart is the unique challenge presented by its 1,400 metre course, featuring a dogleg turn that tests the mettle of even the most seasoned rowers. But let me tell you, that's what makes this race truly worth watching. It's not about the speed and strength, but about the strategy, precision, and sheer grit. It's about pushing yourself to the limit and seeing what you're truly capable of. And that, to me, is what makes the Gold Cup Rowing Regatta such a shining example of what this sport can be. It's not about the journey of winning and losing, but about the journey, the challenge, and the opportunity to push ourselves beyond what we thought was possible. So let's give a round of applause to all the competitors, the coaches, the organisers, and everyone involved in making this event possible. Let's celebrate the spirit of competition and camaraderie that brings us together on this beautiful Sydney day. And most importantly, let's enjoy the thrill of the race. We're now going to turn our attention to the schoolboy rowing. The schoolgirl rowing will return later on in the day, later on in the program. We now have the schoolboy Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have Scots, lane 2 St Joseph's, lane 3 Newington, and lane 4 Kings. The marshals are doing their very best to get the boat off the middle of the course currently. Unfortunately, this is a public river and we do have to deal with some of our unruly neighbours sometimes. But hopefully the race will be able to proceed if this boat gets off the course in time. Thankfully, the race is still going ahead as planned. And as I said, we've got in lane 1, we have Scots, which is the closest to the Hunters Hill side of the river. St. Joseph's, who are in lane 2. Newington, number 1 crew in lane 3. And Kings in lane 4. As I pointed out before, the Lane Cove River in the Gold Cup Regatta has a famous dogleg turn, which coxswains have to navigate for their crews. So lanes 1 and 2 will go inside the pylon and the buoy, with lanes 3, 4 and 5 going around the buoy towards the finish line. This creates a bit of a challenge for the coxswains who have to try and steer their way to the best course. And in particular, now you can see that the King's School, who's currently holding the lead, and the St. Joseph's crew will have a little bit more of an advantage coming down the inside of the course. The start is staggered to try and alleviate this, but essentially when crews come around that pylon, it's a dead sprint towards the finish line, which allows for some spectacular racing. Also on offer today for all winning crews of Division 1 and finalists is a coveted silver oar. The silver oar has been a staple of the Gold Cup Regatta since its inception, and crews that come first in their races in a Division 1 or a final will be able to take home a coveted silver oar in their possession. Unfortunately, we do have instances where we have crews crossing the river at the incorrect time, but it is currently the King's School and St. Joseph's coming around the turn right now in the lead. So it is the King's School, followed by Newington now that are in first to second place, followed by St. Joseph's, all the way back to Scott's in lane 1, but it will be a tightly held race between Kings and Newington for the final 200 metres of the race. The King's coxswain doing everything in his power to spur his team on to try and stay on top of the Newington boys. But Newington are making a charge here. Newington coxswain spurring those on the stroke, just lifting the rate. Newington just with about a half a boat length lead. King, with about a half a boat length lead, with Newington about lifting their rate. The Newington coxswain slamming the side of his boat, telling his crew to pull much harder, but it will be the King's School who are going to take out this race just ahead of Newington College. A very valiant race by the Newington boys. That King's crew is Wiley Lee, Xavier Currans, Henry Peagam, Fred Pillen, and Cox by Terence Tan. Congratulations, boys. Great race. And the Joey's crew just coming through now for third place, followed by the Scots crew coming back here with about 100 metres to go. But if we turn our attention back up the river, there is another race underway, and that's the Schoolgirl Year 8 6 Cock Squad Scull Division 2. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar. Lane 2, we have Shaw. In lane 3, we have St. Ignatius College. Currently, we have St. Ignatius College looking like they're in the lead, back to Shaw, then back to Sydney Grammar. St. Ignatius, having established a bit of a lead, have opted to cut the corner a little bit And with the last 300 metres, they look to probably capitalise on this turn by maintaining a lead over Shaw. And is the St Ignatius crew currently in the lead with about 100 metres to go before the finish, followed by Shaw, then back to Sydney Grammar. Just a reminder as well that we are live streaming the event. If you'd like to interact with the commentary team on the live stream, please feel free to do so. Leave your comments and stories. But it is currently St Ignatius College coming through with a sizable lead over the Shaw School, running very powerfully, very smoothly to come through and win the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That crew is Charlie Briggs, Samuel Bull, Will Beanman, Henry Jewell, and coxed by Elliot Solomons and coached by Thomas Jewell. It's the Sydney Grammar School now finishing off the race, rounding out the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Congratulations, boys, for a great race.
We do have the official results for race 4, the Schoolboy Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We had Kings in first place with a time of 6 minutes 23 seconds. In second place, Newington with a time of 6 minutes 27. In third place, St Joseph's with a time of 6 minutes 48. And in fourth place, Scots with a time of 7 minutes 26. And we also have the official results for race 5, the race that just happened, which was the Schoolboy Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In first place, we had St Ignatius with a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. In second place, Shaw with a time of 6:38. And in third place, Sydney Grammar with a time of 7:23. And as Josh was mentioning earlier, we do have actually our first comment on the live stream for the morning, which is great to see. We've got Charlie Vecchio saying, "Go View." So please, if you are watching wherever you are, whether it's around the world, around the country, if you're one of the boarding parents or grandparents who couldn't make it today, or if you're overseas somewhere, I remember last year we had plenty of people commenting from right around Europe, actually. We had people in Hamburg and Germany and a few other places in New Zealand. So please feel free to comment in. We're always happy to read out your comments, or if you have any memories or memories of the event if you competed previously, or if you want to give a shout out to your son, daughter, granddaughter who you're watching, feel free to comment on the live stream. It's always great to see.
And the next race coming down is the School Year 8 6 Cox Squad Scull with 3 Newington crews lining up against the single Scots crew. So Newington at least destined for a podium in this race. And it will be Newington number 4 crew in lane 1, Scots in lane 2, Newington number 2 in lane 3, and Newington number 3 in lane 4. But it looks as though there's only 3 crews that have lined up for this race, being the two of the Newington crews and the Scots crew. And the Scots crew is currently in the lead back to the Newington number 4 boat. Exciting race unfolding before us currently, with Scots back to Newington in this race, with both crews driving their way down the course, with Scots holding about a boat length lead over Newington. If Newington can get a good turn here, they may be able to challenge Scots in these last 300 metres towards the finish. And it is the Scots crew that has improved their lead over the Newington crew by about 2 boat lengths. Scots rowing very, very strongly, coming down here. The blade work looking like they're doing it very, very easy, looking very relaxed, very smooth along the water. Newington trying their absolute best. Their coxswain sitting at the bow of the boat, spurring their crew on to try and mount a pressure to Scots. But in the last 100 metres will be the Scots crew maintaining their lead over Newington. The Scots crew of Saxon Taylor, Samuel Jellens, Sebastian Fennell, Hugo Dinapoli Long, and Cox by Lucas Gualacci. And it is the Scots crew that will come home to win the school Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull, followed by Newington, and then back to the other Newington crew. We'll bring you these results and the times when they come in, when they roll in. But we now are looking towards the back up the river to the school Year 8 Fixed Cox Quad Scull Division 1 race. In lane 1 we have Scots, lane 2 Newington, lane 3 Kings, and lane 4 St Joseph's. As I've previously said, lanes 1 and 2 should be going between the pylon and the buoy that you can see out there in the middle of the river where the checkered flag is on the right. So lanes 1 and 2 will be on the Hunter's Hill side, whereas lanes 3 and 4 will be towards the Longueville side of the river, and they will have to go around the buoy on the outside of that to come down. So the start is staggered to try and alleviate the advantage that you get from the dogleg turn. But lanes 1 and 2, but in these junior races, you'll often see lanes 1, 2, and 3 go inside as they are smaller boats. So don't be surprised if you see one of the crews maybe cutting the corner. And from our angle up here, it looks as though it's Newington and Kings in the middle, or potentially St Joseph's there in the middle, that are currently leading the race. So it seems that we've got Newington back in lane 1, Kings leading the race in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, and Scots in lane 4. And we'll now give you the results of the school Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, Josh. So in first place, we did have Scots with a time of 6 minutes 38. In second place, we had the Newington 2 crew with a time of 6 minutes 55. In third place, we had Newington 3, and the Newington 4 crew did not start that race. Also had another comment come through on the live stream. We've got Max Graham saying he's watching from Gundagai. He's saying, go Riverview. So great to see once again. We've got people watching from right around country New South Wales and hopefully from right around the world as well.
Coming around the corner now is the Kings crew, followed by St Joseph's, who will take the turn first. The Joey's Coxswain, to try and give an advantage, has done a bit of an early turn to try and give himself the straightest run home. You'd expect to see their stroke lift their stroke rating by a couple of points to try and mount some pressure on the King's crew, who are rowing very solidly here. Look very in sync, very in time. Oars coming in and out of the water together. Looking very strong and very polished. And the St. Joseph's Coxswain has been told by the marshals to make some corrective action and has had to turn out and zigzag his way back over to lane 3. Unfortunately, that may have caused a collision with the Scots crew, who are racing out of lane 4, unfortunately. So it will be the King's crew who will maintain their lead. And the race for second and third place seems to be between St. Joseph's and Scots, and now Newington, who have been given a bit of an advantage coming back from the mishap in the middle of the river there. And we have a little bit of an incident there before with St. Joseph's. Unfortunately turning into the Scots crew, but that's given the Newington crew an advantage to come through and snake second place. Unfortunately, this does happen in racing. The steering is hard to control. But if we turn our attention to the King's School, who are coming through to win this race, that's Lachlan Aarons, Hugo Brasher, Hugh Titley, Diedrich Radcliffe and Cox by Harry Zoo. Congratulations, boys, but it will be the race for second between Scots and Newington here. And it's looking as though the Scots crew have about a canvas length over the Newington crew. Coming down. Scots rowing incredibly well despite the adversity of having a bit of a crash in the middle of the river. Scots crew taking out second with Newington in fourth place, and Joey's rounding out an eventful race for the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull, won by the King's School. Division 2 of the School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Scull is now coming down the river. We've got Shaw in lane 1, St. Ignatius in lane 2, and in lane 3 we have Sydney Grammar. St. Ignatius have the lead in lane 2, with the Shaw School seem to have lost an oar, unfortunately, in lane 1. If they can manage to get that back and salvage some of their race, but it will be St. Ignatius and Sydney Grammar in first and second place, with Shaw unfortunately having a bit of a technical issue midway through the race.
We have the official results from race 7, the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In first place, we had Kings with a time of 6 minutes 26. In second place, we had Scots in a time of 6 minutes 56, which was a great effort considering the clash of oars with the St. Joseph's crew. In third place, we had Newington in a time of 6 minutes 58. And in fourth place, we had St. Joseph's with a time of 7 minutes and 15 seconds.
Unfortunately, the technical issue still exists for the Shaw School. So St. Ignatius, with a sizable lead over both Sydney Grammar and Shaw School, are coming down past the red pylon. Unfortunately, at the start of the race, being a water sport, things can slip out of your hands, and so it looks as though the Shaw School's oar has wrapped around his rigger. Unfortunately, this has allowed St. Ignatius to come through with a dominant performance and take out the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That's Finn Bannon, Sydney Roach, Fergus Roger, Sebastian Connor, Thomas Bathingswaite and is the Cox, and they're coached by Thomas Jewell. But the race is still truly on for second place, with the Shaw School, despite the adversity they're facing, are still mounting a challenge to Sydney Grammar School From up here, it looks as though Sydney Grammar will come home into second place. Congratulations, boys. And commiserations to the Shaw School. A very unlucky result, given the technical issues. Congratulations, gents. Race 9 now, coming down the river. School Year 8, 4th Cox Squad Scull, Lane 1 Newington, Lane 2 Kings, Lane 3 St Joseph's, and Lane 4 Scots. That's race 9. The School Year 8, 4th Cox Squad Scull. We have St Joseph's currently leading this race back to Lane 1 of Kings. St Joseph's was a sizable lead over the rest of the field, rowing very strongly. Fantastic conditions here on the Lane Cove River today. About 7 kilometres of a southeasterly wind, or a south blowing wind. Just a reminder that the temperature will get up to 30 degrees today, so please, if you haven't got some sun protection, there will be sunscreen being given out by officials around the place, so please remember to be sun safe. The UV expected to hit a dangerous and extreme level today. But it is the St Joseph's and Newington crew who are coming down. St Joseph's extending their lead, looking very powerful. Every stroke they seem to be propelling that boat forward, letting the boat run along the water. The Newington crew, the coxswain trying his hardest to get his crew to respond to the challenge from the King's School. But currently, with the last 100 metres of the race, it will be St Joseph's, barring any major catastrophe, who will come through to win and hold their lead in this race. So it will be the St Joseph Scholars who will come through to win this race. That is Andrew Goff, Vincent McAllister, Remy Hernandez, Will Bailey, and coxed by Joe Vickerman and coached by Quinn Dickinson. Congratulations, boys. With the Newington crew in lane 4 coming through in second place, followed by the King's School and Scots rounding out the top 4. And we've got a very tight race coming down the river now, contested by St Ignatius College and Sydney Grammar and the Shaw School, but it is St Ignatius and Shaw who are currently fighting for first and second place respectively. The last 200 metres of the race with this dogleg turn will provide some great racing. We expect Shaw School to mount a challenge to the St Ignatius crew, who are coming down in currently lane 2. Both crews and both coxswains have taken the corner very well, with St Ignatius College holding about probably a length's lead over the Shaw School. With Shaw School looking very powerful through the water, lifting their rate to try and mount a challenge to the St Ignatius crew. The St Ignatius coxswain using all of his lung power to try and scream at his rowers to lift their rate and finish off the race well. But St Ignatius seems to be maintaining a length over the Shaw School. Fantastic row. And it is the St Ignatius crew about a length ahead of the Shaw School. The Shaw School putting up a valiant effort coming around the corner to fight for a great second place, but that will be St Ignatius College of James Hallam, Harrison Polland, Riley Jackson, Harry Walker, coxed by Sebastian Martin and coached by Ryan Bowditch. In second place, Shaw, and rounding out the top three will be Sydney Grammar. Apologies. I've made a mistake there with the names. The names of those boys that won that were Noah Beardmore, Thomas Ball, Jack Whitson, Jagger Short, coxed by Harry Horton-Smith and coached by Ryan Bowditch. Next race coming down the river is again King's School in lane 1. In lane 2 we have St Joseph. In lane 3 Scots. In lane 4 Newington. We currently have Scots in lane 3 leading the race. Back to a closely contested second and third place race of St Joseph and Kings. But St Joseph's and Kings both have an advantage coming around and being able to cut this corner a little bit to try and get an advantage on the Scots crew, who have already begun and finished their turn coming down to the last 200 metres of the race. And we can't forget about the Newington crew, who are also mounting a charge to win, to get into second and third place. But currently we have Scots leading by about 2 lengths back to a very tightly contested Joey's and Shaw. Joey's and Kings, apologies. But it is the Scots crew looking incredibly polished coming down just now the last 100 metres of the race. Looking very relaxed as their oars enter the water, but very powerful through the water. But the race for Kings and Joey's in second place. Kings mounting a challenge to the Joey's, who are in second place currently. But it will be the Scots College who take home the School Year 8 third Cox Quad Scull. St Joseph's holding off a valiant effort from the King's School there to maintain second place and come through. Back to King's, then back to the Newington College. The winning crew there from Scots College is Hugh Anderson, James Dunbar, Jack Wentworth Brown, Xavier Tavacoli, and coxed by Angus Blight. And we've immediately started the next race. Is School Year 8 third Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have St Ignatius, lane 2 Sydney Grammar, and lane 3 we have Shaw. And currently we have the St Ignatius College crew leading from lane 1. Back to the Shaw School out in lane 3. With Sydney Grammar bringing up the rear of the race coming down the river.
Take you through some timings and official results for some of the races that we've had come through earlier. Race 9, the School Year 8 fourth Cox Quad Scull. We had St Joseph's in first with 6:06, Newington in second, Kings in third, Scots in fourth. Race 10, which was Division 2 of the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull. We had St Ignatius in first with a time of 6:02, Shaw in second, and Sydney Grammar in third. And race 11, which was the previous race, the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We had Scots in first with a time of 5:54, St Joseph's in second, Kings in third, and Newington in fourth. And I'll hand back to Josh.
So we have in the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race, we have St Ignatius College currently in first place with a sizable lead over the Shaw School of about 6 lengths. The St Ignatius crew looking incredibly polished, incredibly formidable as they're coming down here. In rowing, we talk a lot about timing, and it's certainly that these boys look like they're all in sync, all rowing very well together. Coming down for the last 50 metres of the race. An incredible effort there to take out the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull. That is St Ignatius College, the crew of James Hallam, Harrison Pollan, Riley Jackson, Harry Walker, coxed by Sebastian Martin, and coached by Ryan Bowditch. Congratulations, boys. That was 12. Next one.
We've had a couple more comments come through on the live stream, which is always great to see. Nicola Littlewood watching from Goondiwindi and cheering on the Riverview Cruise, saying great stuff from the Year 8 fourths on a fabulous win. So always great to see people watching from right across country New South Wales and other parts of the country as well, and hopefully some people watching from overseas maybe later in the morning.
As my co-host Luke O'Brien just said, we love people interacting, so if you are watching the live stream at home, please drop a comment. We often love stories of if you've had a rowing experience through one of the schools you've been to or a Gold Cup experience, please share that with us. I was here in 2006 when the Riverview First 8 boat hit the leaning pylon. The First 8, a calamitous race for that crew at the time. We look back and laugh now, but at the time was very serious. Hopefully we see none of the same today. But coming down the water currently is the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull Division 1 in Lane 1, St Joseph's, Lane 2, Scots, Lane 3, Newington, and Lane 4, the King's School.
We've also had James Gray comment through saying go Shaw, so good to see some support from right across all the schools that are competing today, whether that's schoolboy or schoolgirl, and hopefully some fans of club rowing as well later in the day when we get to those races.
And we've got the Newington crew currently in the lead of this race, who have had to go around the buoy. This is the first race I think we've seen where we've had a leader who's come around the buoy. It is the Newington crew with a very strong lead back to Kings, with Scots also opting to go around the buoy. And then St Joseph's coming down in lane 1, who will be closest to the Hunters Hill side of the river. But currently, Newington College with a sizable lead over the King's School in lane 4. Fantastic race by the Newington College, maintaining that lead over Kings coming down. And it is Newington College who have maintained their lead over Kings, coming down for the last 50 metres of this schoolboy Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull race. Division 1, it will be Newington College with a dominant performance to take out the school Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. That is Nick Byrne, Hugh Jones, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Henry Padrea, and Cox by Dylan Henry, and coached by Josh Beaver. Very valiant effort there from Kings. That is both crews who have gone outside the buoy this time, coming in first and second respectively.
Race 14 also well and truly underway now, which is the Division 2 of the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. And as the crews come around the turning buoy, it looks like we've got a very tight race once again between St Ignatius and the Shore School. St Ignatius leading by about 2.5 lengths back to Shore, and then Sydney Grammar in third, who are about to approach the turn. But with 200 metres to go, the St Ignatius crew has just lifted its rate slightly. It's a bit of a cliche, but it's much easier to lead a rowing race like this than it is to try and mow down a crew and chase them with such little water to go, with the rowers being able to see any challenge that's coming from behind them. And you can see the St Ignatius crew is doing really well to hold off any challenge that Shore is trying to throw at them. Rowing nice and long, looking really strong in the water. The timing's there as well. Not to discredit Shore, who are also rowing very well as well. But it is the crew from St Ignatius as they start to approach the finish line, who will win race 14, the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. That crew, Hugh Taylor, Tom Simmons, Edward Bateman, Spencer Zuckerman, coxed by Jack Daly and coached by Zach Noble. A big congratulations to them. Shore coming through in second place, who put up a great effort. That's Henry Baxter, Harry Fuses, Sam Bassenthwaite, Peter Komonakis, Seb Cheers is the cox, coached by Annie Phillips and Declan Glendinning. And we also have the Sydney Grammar crew in lane 1, who'll come through in third. With about 100 metres left to go in their race, have also rowed very, very well. A reminder as well, for all these schoolboy and schoolgirl Year 8 and Year 9 races, they are used to only rowing 1,000 metre races, so to come here today and row 1,400 metres, or the old Review Mile as it was once called, is a really great effort from all crews to find it within themselves to row that extra 400 metres. So a great effort there from Sydney Grammar as well, who are coming through in third place now. Looking back up the river now, we've got race 14. Apologies, this is race 15 now, coming down the river. The School Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We have Newington in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Kings in lane 3, and Scots in lane 4. And it's the Joey's crew in lane 2 have used their lead really well, and the coxswain's done a great job there to take the turn, to make the most of that advantage at the dogleg turn. With a 3 to 4 length lead back to Scots in lane 4, and then Kings in lane 3. It's actually very tight between Kings in lane 3 and Newington in lane 1 for third place. And they could possibly mount a challenge against Scots for second. But the St Joseph's crew in lane 2 looking very strong here. Coxon doing a great job there to take the turn, set them up for home. But they've got this final sprint of about 150 metres left as they approach the final red pylon. Looking really strong, this St Joseph's crew. Scots have done really well in lane 4 to hold off the challenges from the inside crews for second place. And then it looks like it's Newington in third, back to Kings in fourth. But really, some really tight, some really great racing here in race 15. But as they approach the finish line now, it'll be the St. Joseph's crew in lane 2, who will be the winners of the school Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The crew, Sam Dalton, Harry Adamo, Lewis Benuska, Fred O'Hara, Darcy Willis is the Cox. Coaches Anyanya Bindi and Jim Lloyd. Scott's coming through in second place. And then a very tight finish for third, but it looks like it'll be Newington just back to King. Some great racing there in race 15 from all crews involved. Always great to see when we get a real tight finish right down the end here at the Riverview Ferry Wharf. We've got a large crowd gathered. It is great to see crowds back down here at the foreshore after 3 years of COVID-disrupted racing, and a full program as well. Also great to see the pleasure craft over on the Hunters Hill side of the river, well off the course, but always great to see pleasure craft coming down to enjoy the racing as well. It's going to be a very warm day today, so I'm sure it's lovely out there on the water. And of course, not to forget the people who are watching on the live stream, whether that's in Sydney, in country New South Wales, right across the country, or even right across the world. Obviously, the live stream's played a really important part in the last 3 years with COVID, where we've had heaps of people watching in when they couldn't come down. And it's great that the school still offers it for people who can't make it down here in person today. And so we have race 16 now, the school Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull Division 2. This will be the last of our schoolboy Year 8 races for the morning. We've got 4 entrants in this race. We've got Shaw in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, St. Ignatius in lane 3, and St. Augustine's in lane 4. And it looks like it's going to be a really tight race here between Shaw and St. Ignatius. Both crews looking level at the moment, but of course, St. Ignatius will have to go around the red turning buoy that you can see in the middle of the river, whereas Shaw will be able to go in between that turning buoy and the red pylon that you can see there with the red and yellow checkered flag to alert the coxswains, obviously not to go into it. Both coxswains doing a great job there in their respective lanes to take the turn, which hopefully should set us up for a really exciting finish here. Shaw using the inside line there to their advantage and probably holding about a length to a half-length lead from where I stand. It is hard sometimes to see from the angle we have here. But as they come past, we'll obviously get a much clearer picture. And then Sydney Grammar coming through in third and St. Augustine's in fourth. But with about 250 metres to go now, it is going to be between Shaw and St. Ignatius to see who will take out the victory here. Riverview just lifting their rate now as they try to come back at Shaw, who hold about a length to a length and a half lead over them. And you can see Shaw now just trying to lift their rate as well to respond to any push that's to come from this St. Ignatius crew. And as they pass the red pylon now, it is Shaw. Once again, they've picked up their rate slightly more, a bit more power through the water now as they try to hold off that Riverview push. Maintaining that length and a half lead over St. Ignatius, who looks like they might just run out of water for any final push here. But some great racing here from the Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull crews. And it is Shaw who look like they will. Yes, they will win the race. It's Shaw, Sam Chan, Ollie Mott, Ed McDonald, Ben Gordon, Harry Leahy is the Cox, coaches Annie Phillips and Declan Glendenning. Back to Review in second place, a very tight race there. Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Samuel Barry, Oliver Taylor, James Davis, Tommy Burden's the Cox, Zach Noble the coach. Oh, yeah. And then we've got Sydney Grammar coming through in third. Great race from them as well. And St. Augustine slightly further back and forth. Great racing there for our final schoolboy Year 8 race of the day. Some great quads racing. And we must remember these boys have only had probably 4 to 5 months of rowing in these boats. This is all their first year of rowing. So that's some really great racing there from all boys. Not just in the first division race we saw there, but across all of the quads, from the first quad all the way down to the sixth quad. It's always great to see boys who take up rowing in year 8, who give it a real hot crack, especially today, where they're rowing the extra 400 metres as well compared to their usual 1,000-metre races. And so we go now from some of our youngest rowers on the program to some of our older rowers. We've got Heat 1 of the School First 8, race 17. We've got 4 entrants in this race. We've got Newington in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 3, and St Ignatius in lane 4. And so the first 2 crews in this race will advance to the A final later on this morning, and the second 2 crews will advance to the B final. So this is Heat 1 of the School First 8 race.
So just confirming there as well that Newington and St Joseph's will be coming down the river on the Hunners Hill side, so going inside the buoy where the checkered flag and the buoy is in the middle of the river, and the Sydney Grammar and St Ignatius crew will come around the buoy on the outside to finish off this race. You should see the times improve and quicken here, given the fact that they are bigger boats and more rowers that are in the boat. But it's looking like at the moment it is Newington and St Ignatius in the lead, back to St Joseph's, then Sydney Grammar rounding out the top 4. Steered well. He's still very well, yeah. In front,
Considering how far back lane 3 is as well.
Yeah. But he's well ahead, so
Yeah.
not going to impede anybody.
No.
No.
So it is the St Ignatius crew now in lane 4 as they start to approach the turning buoy there in the middle of the river. Coxon's done very well there to take a really nice line to try and negate any disadvantage that would happen by being in that outside lane. As the Newington and St Joseph's crew in lane 1 and 2 also start to turn now, they'll likely battle it out for second place for that other place in the A final later on this morning. But you can see the St Ignatius crew now in their distinctive yellow boat as they come down the river, looking very strong here. Real high rate there from the St Ignatius crew as they head for home. Great work there. And we've got Newington in second place, holding off the push from St Joseph's, who are in third, and then Sydney Grammar in fourth. Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. St Ignatius looking very strong here. And they will advance to the A final of the School First 8 later this morning, along with Newington. So St Ignatius and Newington will go through to the A final, and St Joseph's and Sydney Grammar will go through to the B final. So St Ignatius crew: Jack Madden, Edward Kelly, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Flynn English, Luca Malozzi, James O'Mara, Matt Collins, Henry Burden's the Cox, and coached by Matt Curtin.
Good job done. Yeah.
And turning our attention back up the river, we've got race 18, so the second heat for the School First 8. We've got Kings in lane 1, Scots in lane 2, Sydney Boys High in lane 3, and Shaw in lane 4. I like the race that just happened there. So crews that finish first and second will advance to the A final, and the crews that finish third and fourth will advance to the B final. Third and fourth. Yeah, I think they've done it for the seconds and first. On the
Oh, so they've done it. They're combining.
yeah, they can find it. They mustn't have had enough entrants.
Yeah. No Loretto. No Lorettos.
And like the race before, it is the crew in lane 4, which is Shaw, who are looking quite strong here. And then it looks like it'll be a battle between Kings and Scots in lanes 1 and 2, respectively, for second place, as the crews start to approach the dogleg turn, and then Sydney Boys High slightly further back. But you can see here these boys who'd be in year 12s and year 11 and year 12, and in these bigger boats, we're having much faster times, much faster racing here, as well as with the older, more experienced coxswains, less likely to have any incidences, and also taking the turns, really taking that dogleg turn really well. But with 150 metres to go, it is Shaw leading this this second heat of the school's first 8, and then King's just about holding off Scott's, but it's going to be a tight finish there to see who will advance to the A final. Looks as if Kings will just hold off that push from Scott's for second place. But it is Shaw who will finish first. Lawson Banks, Max McAlpine, Ben Rowe, Corey Sloan, Hugo Patrick, Tom Galligan, Will Clubb, Thomas Waite and Mackenzie Fox. And Kings holding off Scott's by about half a length for second place. Scott's to finish third and Sydney Boys High to finish fourth. Yes. So once we get the official results through, I'll hand over to Josh, who will have the official results from both those heats, and we'll know the 4 crews officially that have advanced to the A final and the 4 crews that have advanced to the B final later this morning. And a great effort from Sydney Boys High here, coming through in fourth.
Official times now for the schoolboy first 8, race 17. In first place, St Ignatius College with a time of 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And in second place, Newington with a time of 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Both those crews will head to the A final, with St Joseph's and Sydney Grammar heading to the B final. St Joseph's with a time of 4:27.45 and Sydney Grammar with a time of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And in Heat 2 of the schoolboy first 8, we have Shaw School in first place with a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, heading to the A final, with Kings in a time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds, heading to the A final, joining Shaw in the A final with St Ignatius and Newington. In the B final will be Scott's with a time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds, and Sydney Boys High with a time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds, joining St Joseph's and Sydney Grammar.
Thanks, Josh. Race 19 now, we have the men's invitational single scull. We've got 2 entrants in this race. In lane 1, we have Leichhardt, and in lane 2, UTS. And as far as I know, I think this might be our only or one of 2 single scull races for the day. And it's the rower from UTS, Marcus Della Mata, in lane 2, who's holding a strong lead over Kwan Guimaraes from Leichhardt in lane 1. And just like the coxswains for the quads or for the 8s, the single scull is also having to take the turn, which can be quite difficult when you're facing the other way, but obviously they've got the assistance from the marshals, and they are people who specialise in single scull rowing will be used to it. But another factor there compared to usual races that will probably happen up at the regatta centre at Cirque at Penrith, where it's just straight line rowing. But it is great to see now with COVID over that we have a full program of races here today that involves the single sculls race. And it is Marcus Della Mata from UTS who will take out the men's invitational single scull, and he is coached by Elliot Shatcloth Bertonetti. So big congratulations to him. And a great effort as well from Kwan Guimaraes from Leichhardt, who'll come through in second place, coached by Steve Sherry.
And that is the rower from Leichhardt, Juan Gumaresh, coming through in second place for the men's invitational single scull. That is race 19, the men's invitational single scull. With a small break in program, I'd just like to welcome everybody once again to the 139th annual Gold Cup Regatta. This is the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere and often a precursor to what will occur at the head of the river in over a month's time. On behalf of Dr. Paul Hine, the principal, and Thomas Renshaw, the rector, we'd like to welcome you here today to St. Ignatius College, Riverview. Those that are watching online, please feel free to send through your support and interact with the commentary team. We'd also like to remind you that down on the wharf is the Old Ignatians Union Barbecue, who are always supporting the Riverview Bursary program. Fantastic to see such a great crowd here today. So please, if you are feeling a bit peckish, go down there and have yourself a steak sandwich or a bacon and egg roll. So just to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Joshua DeAngelis. I'm joined by Luke O'Brien in the commentary box here today. And we'll be taking you through some fantastic racing. We've already seen some fantastic racing from the schoolboys, the schoolgirls, and some of the clubs. And we're now returning to the schoolgirls coming down, the Year 9 schoolgirls, who will be starting very, very soon. I'd also just like to take this opportunity to thank the Regatta Organising Committee of Dan Noonan, Phil Elborn, Gareth Deacon, Bob Marsh, Chris O'Brien, Marie Marr, Jim Bustede and Paul Brogan. Without these very special people, we wouldn't be able to hold such a great day, so my thanks to you for putting on and hosting all us here today. We'd also like to thank the Rowing New South Wales race officials. Incredible job, all the volunteers that come down here and marshal the races. It is because we are able to have these gentlemen that we're able to witness such great races across the day. And so I'd like to pay tribute to the Regatta Organising Committee and the Rowing New South Wales officials who have made this day possible. But we're now returning up the river to a combined Schoolgirl Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull and Schoolgirl Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull, so combining the 4th and 3rd divisions. In lane 1 we have Pymble Ladies Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull in lane 1. In lane 2 we have Roseville. In lane 3 we have Pymble Ladies, and in lane 4 we have Roseville. So coming down the river currently is the Schoolgirl Year 9 4th and 3rd Cox Quad Scull, Division 4 and 3. And it is the Roseville and Pymble Ladies crew out of lane 2 and lane 3 that are currently leading the race. It looks like the Roseville number 2 has not started. So there's 2 Pymble ladies and 1 Roseville school, but I will confirm that once I can see them a little bit more clearly. So it is the 2 Pymble crews currently leading the race, with both Roseville crews starting the race, making up the 3rd and 4th places respectively. But it is the Pymble 3rd Division 3 crew, currently rowing out of lane 4, currently in the lead. Rowing a very, very strong race here. There were a bit of bragging rights here over the other Pymble girls that they're racing currently. Just a reminder to all those watching, the live stream has a camera that faces directly up the river. So if you are watching here on the shore with us, you can also pull out your phone to get a better view of the start and how that's looking at the moment. We're very blessed up here in the commentary box to have great vision of everything that's going on. And I can currently tell you that it is the Pymble ladies crew who have rounded the corner already, coming through ahead of the other Pymble crew in the last 300 metres of this race. And it is the Pymble Ladies College crew out of lane 3, the Division 3 Year 9 girls Cox Quad Scull Pymble Ladies crew of Anae McDonald, Sarah Kahn, Phoebe Roberts, Caitlin Bilney, coxed by Madeline Williams and coached by India Thompson. Unfortunately, it seems one of the Roseville crews has had to retire from the race after some technical issues, but it is the other Pymble crew and the Roseville number 1 crew, the schoolgirl Year 9 3rd Roseville crew, who are coming through here to round out 2nd and 3rd place here. The next race that's coming up is the schoolgirl Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2 and Division 1 races combined once again. In lane 1 we have Roseville, lane 2 Pymble Ladies, lane 3 Roseville, and lane 4 Pymble Ladies College again. So both crews entering their Division 3 and Division 4 crews. And it is the Roseville school with a dominant display currently. Coming through about 6 boat lengths ahead of the next Pymble Ladies College crew. It's fantastic that the Gold Cup can allow for schoolboy, schoolgirl and club rowing. Unlike a lot of the regattas that you'll currently be visiting on the weekends, they are limited to only schoolboy or schoolgirl or club rowing. So it's great to see a regatta that offers races to all clubs and all schools across Sydney, and it's great to see Roseville and Pymble turning up for what's been some fantastic racing so far. But it is the Roseville College who have got A handy lead against the Pimble's crew, who have managed to mow down the lead to about 3 boat lengths. The Roseville girls running incredibly well and in time altogether. The Pimble crew putting on a last push to try and get through above the Roseville crew. And it'll be a very tight finish here with Pimble powering through, but it will be the Roseville College girls of Southfield Grutek, Annie Smith, Eva Zhang, Olive Bollard, Lucy White is the Cox, and they're coached by Chloe Boys. Congratulations, girls. I think a slight mistake in the program there. We've got 3 Roseville crews that were rowing in that race. One of those crews was the Roseville race from the previous race, so I believe it will actually be Pimble Ladies College who will have gone through and won that race, but I will get some official results for you as soon as we can and providing that to you.
So we have the official results from race 20, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4 and Division 3. And in first place, we had the Pimble Ladies third crew that were in lane 3. They finished in a time of 6 minutes 36. In second place, we had the other Pimble Ladies crew, their fourth quad, who were racing out of lane 1. They finished second place with a time of 7:05. In third place, the Roseville fourth quad in lane 2, and in fourth place, the Roseville third quad. And then we should hopefully have the official results for race 21, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 second and first Cox Quad Sculls. We should have those official results very shortly.
We now return to our programming with race 22, the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. In lane 1, we have St. Joseph's, lane 2, Kings number 1. In 3, St. Joseph's number 2. In lane 4, we have St. Augustine's, and lane 5, St. Ignatius number 2. Currently sitting out in the lead is St. Joseph's back to the King's School in lanes 1 and 2, followed by St. Ignatius number 2 out in lane 5.
We have the official results from race 21, the Schoolgirl Year 9 second and first Cox Quad Sculls. In first place, we had Pimble Ladies 1 in lane 4 with a time of 6:05. In second place, Roseville 1 with a time of 6 minutes 20. In third place, Pimble Ladies 2, and in fourth place, Roseville 2. But as we turn our attention back up the river now, we do have race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 7 Cox Quad Scull. We have 5 entrants in this race, apologies. We have St. Joseph's in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, St Augustine's in lane 4, and St Ignatius in lane 5. And I can see all 5 crews coming down the course, which is always great to see when we've got all the entrants start the race and are also looking as if they're going to finish the race, especially when we've got 5 more junior crews on the course as well. It can get a bit crowded, but the marshals and the boat race officials are doing a great job to ensure clean, fair, and safe racing. And as they approach the turning buoy, it looks like it's going to be a 3-way battle between St Joseph's, Kings, and St Ignatius, with probably St Joseph's and Kings in lanes 1 and 2 going neck for neck, and then St Ignatius slightly about 2 to 3 lengths back ahead of the other St Joseph's crew and St Augustine. So we've got 2 Joey's crews in this race. And it looks as though it'd be the St Joseph's 1 crew and the King's 1 crew in lanes 1 and 2. And just some technical issues there for the St Joseph's crew. I think they lost the timing a bit of imbalance in the boat. That's like the King's crew pull ahead here with about 150 metres to go. So some really tight, exciting racing here. Back to St Ignatius and the other St Joseph's and St Augustine's crew. But St Joseph's certainly not out of it with about 50 metres to go, but it does look as if the King's school is starting to pull away with that lead, extending it out from a length and a half to about 2 lengths now, looking really strong, this King's crew. Some great racing here for our first schoolboy Year 9 race of the day. So a big congratulations to Kings. Winners of race 22, the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Fergus Kerrin, Patrick Irwin, Charles McLean, Mac Hamilton, Callum Keynes the Cox, coached by Bradley Graham, and you can see how much it means to them. St Joseph's coming through in 2nd place, St Ignatius in 3rd, and then a tight battle for 4th here as well. Some great racing all round, battles all over the river, but it is St Augustine's will finish in 4th place, back to St Joseph's in 5th. So some great racing there for our first schoolboy Year 9 race of the day. We're about halfway through our next race, race 23, Division 2 of the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull. Once again, we've got 5 entrants in this race. We've got Sydney Grammar in lane 1, St Ignatius in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, St Joseph's in lane 4, and Kings in lane 5. And it's the crew from St Ignatius that have rode themselves out to quite a commanding lead at this stage of the race, but still plenty of racing to go. Back to Shaw in 2nd place. St Joseph's in 3rd. And then I'd say Sydney Grammar in 4th and Kings in 5th place. But as they approach the turn now, it's St Ignatius maintaining that strong lead they have back to Shaw. They were in lane 2, but they've taken the turn really well there. Shaw also in lane 3, coming inside the buoy, which I think the marshals will allow, considering they are quads and their lead back to the other boats. With St Joseph's, Sydney Grammar and Kings also starting to take the turn now as well. So some really strong racing all around here, which is great to see. But as they approach the final red pylon before the Riverview Ferry Wharf, it is St Ignatius looking very strong here. Not rating too high, but there's lots of power through the water there, and they're able to see off any challenge that Shaw is trying to throw at them with the distance left in the race. Rowing really well there as a crew, the timing's together, the coxswain spurring them on as they head for home. Some great racing all round. So it's the crew from St Ignatius who will win Race 23, the School Year 9 7th Cox Squad Scull Division 2. Boston Kirkby, Joshua Deister, Matthew Beeman, James O'Connor, Charles Fuller is the Cox, coached by Hugo Kerr. Great effort from Shaw here. He'll come through in second place. And St Joseph's coming through in third, with Sydney Grammar and Kings in fourth and fifth, respectively. Once again, a great effort from all crews involved. And like the Year 8s, these boys would be used to only rowing the usual 1,000-metre distance. So to come here today and row 1,400 metres with the dogleg turn as well is a great effort from all crews. Sydney Grammar just crossing the line now, along with King. Some great racing there in race 23. I'll throw to Josh now for some of the official results and official timings from some earlier races in the day.
So official results for the School Year 9 7th Cox Squad Scull. We've got Kings number 1 with a time of 6 minutes and 10 seconds coming in first place. Back to St Joseph's with a time of 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Back to St Ignatius number 2 with a time of 6:24 to St Augustine's and St Joseph's 2. Race 23, the results are St Ignatius number 1 crew winning that. It's the School Year 9 7th Cox Squad Scull with a time of 6:08.87. In second place was Shaw with a time of 6:22.5. St Joseph's with a time of 6:45.65 in third place. Back to Sydney Grammar and the King's School. I'd also just like to take this opportunity to firstly welcome you all to St Ignatius College Riverview once again, but also to thank the parents and the families that have come here today to support their children and support schoolboy rowing in New South Wales, schoolboy, schoolgirl and club rowing in New South Wales. Without the tireless effort of parents, the early mornings, the late pickups, the copious amounts of food that your rowers are now eating, we wouldn't be able to have and support these great regattas and days like today. So without further ado, on behalf of Dr. Paul Hine, the principal, and Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector, we welcome you and we thank you for joining us here at the 139th Annual Gold Cup Regatta, the first time we've been able to gather together since 2019. A fantastic event held on the Lane Cove River with a distinct, unique dogleg turn right in the middle, 1,400 metres. Thank you all for joining us. And if you are joining us online, the 200 of you who are watching on the live stream, feel free to interact with us and the commentary team. We'll read out. If you've got any stories, please come up and tell us. We're more than happy to regale them. And I'll throw back to Luke now to call race number 24, the School Year 9 6 Cox Squad Scull Division 1.
Thanks, Josh. So crews making the turn now as they head for home. About 150 metres left to go in this race. And it's the St Joseph's crew in lane 1 looking very strong. Back to Kings in lane 2. And then Newington in lane 3. But some really strong rowing from all crews here. St Joseph's Stroke just looking to lift the rate here as they come to home. And his other crew members now following along with him, looking really strong, this St Joseph's crew. Some really good rowing. Took the lead early and never really gave it back, which is great to see. And so it's St Joseph's who will win race 24, the School Year 9 6 Cox Squad Scull Division 1. The boys in that crew, Noel McLennan, Jack Short, Harry Parker, Harrison Shiliro, Sam Brown's the Cox, coached by Massimo Fiore. And King's coming through in second place. Kingsley Little, Jack Hall, Hugo Yates, Will Ralph, Harry Lawson's the Cox, coached by Benjamin Irving. And we'll have Newington in third. We have about 300 metres to go in their race as they approach the turn now. they have the names on there?
Yeah. Or maybe, if you want to name them or just give
Yeah, I
them
can
a
give
shout
it a
out.
shout,
But also probably the regatta committee.
Yes.
Whoever else is organising it.
Yeah. While we have a little break in the program, it's probably best of us to also thank all the people who make this event possible today. So that regatta organising committee, the ones you can set up the course you can see down there with all the boys. So that's Dan Noonan, Phil Elborn, Gareth Deacon, Robert Marsh, Chris O'Brien, Marie Marr, Jim Bustede and Paul Brogan. A big thank you to them for helping to put on today's event. And also the Rowing New South Wales officials. So they're the marshals you'll see out on the course, up at the start line as well, and also at the finish line there on the wharf. A big thank you to them. So the jury, Gregory Smith, John Johnson, Andrew Milliken, Steve Sherry, Pete Fredrickson, James Tate, Tony Brown, Barbara Ramjan, and Stephen Crute. And so a big thank you to the Rowing New South Wales officials as well. And so you can see here now, this is the Newington crew from race 24, the 6 Cox Quad Scull, who are coming through in third place. So a really good effort from them. And then slightly further up the river now, we have the last 250 metres of race 25, the School Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And it looks like it's going to be a really tight finish here between St Ignatius in lane 2 and Shaw in lane 3, with Sydney Grammar in lane 1 slightly further back. And with 100 metres to go as they approach the red pylon, it looks as though St Ignatius are holding about a 3/4 of a length to a length lead over Shaw. They've just upped their rate slightly. You can see the coxswain looking over at the Shaw boat, making sure his rowers are keeping their heads in the boat. He's letting them know where they are, so they're not looking out, upsetting the balance. But the Riverview crew maintaining that length lead over Shaw. They've held off that push from Shaw late on in this race. Some great racing here. But it is this crew from St Ignatius who will win by about 3/4 of a length back to Shaw. So that's St Ignatius crew. William DeVos, Kieran Denez, Andrew Bigg, Oliver Eisenhower, Alexander Teo is the cox, coached by Rory Curtin. Shaw in second place there by about half a length. A great effort from them as well. Kerr Rob, Crowther Charlie, William Weichman Phineas, Brandon McDonald, Norkey Lachlan is the cox, coaches Warwick Payne, Werner Pienaar and Andy Hoffman. Some great racing there in race 25. And then Sydney Grammar, who'll come through in third. Miles Watt, Ollie Bailey, Tarith Kimarage, Piers Galvin and Jonathan Kai is the cox. Great effort here from the Sydney Grammar crew coming through in third place in race 25. So good to see all the crews finish the race if they had any technical difficulties later on. No matter the result, you always want to be able to finish your race as well, so that's always great to see. So race 26 now, the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Supposed to have 3 entrants in this race, supposed to be Kings, Newington and St Joseph's, but I can only see 2 boats coming down the river. So it looks as if the St Joseph's crew in lane 3 didn't start, so it's just a head-to-head race here between Kings and Newington in lanes 1 and 2. Ooh. They're well over the other side, that's fine. I think the marshals are just slinging the stuff off. And as they approach the final red pylon, it is the King's crew leading by about 4 to 5 lengths back to Newington. We do also have some pleasure craft here at the wharf, which I think we're trying to move on. But the 2 quads coming down the river are well clear of the water taxi. Are they trying to pick people up off the wharf? I don't know. Yeah. Are they letting people off? Okay. Weird. But it is the King's Crew in lane 1 who will win race 26, the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. This is Gus Collins, Jake Millward, Gary Guo, TJ Bradford, Campbell Ritchie's the Cox, coached by Benjamin Irving. And Newington will come through in second place. Aidan Fong, Andrew Kaminas, Jake Perrin, William Chanter, Aston Rose is the Cox. And it doesn't look as though the St Joseph's Crew started that race. So I will wait to see if the marshals let them start them possibly in the Division 2 race. We wait to see. I only see 3 crews. And in good news though as well, the water taxi has moved off the ferry wharf as well. Do I go through some of the results? Or? Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, happy to do that, yeah.
While there's a little break in the program, I've got up with me Luke O'Brien, who one of my co-commentator up here, who was going to tell us a little bit about the Gold Cup course and what that means if you're a coxswain. Luke, having been a former coxswain, then moving on to rowing, having dedicated his life to probably about a decade of rowing like myself in schoolboy at St Ignatius College. We were very fortunate. Luke was a great coxswain. Luke, we know that the dogleg turn is a very unique part of the Gold Cup race. What can you tell us that coxswains can do to try and alleviate the turn and try and prepare themselves best to make that turn and give their crew the best chance of winning?
There's a few tips that I was taught, and also likely having home ground advantage, being able to row on the Lane Cove River every day or every second day, depending on our training schedule. But the big thing was always at the start was lining up your boat with something that you could mark yourself against on the point down here at St Ignatius, whether that was one of the signs or the rotunda, trying to give yourself a straight line. Obviously, you're not at Cirque where you've got lane markers, so you're trying to keep your boat as straight as possible so you're not making too many adjustments and killing that boat run. And then try not to take the turn too wide or too tight either, because if you take it too tight, you're going to kill all that boat run by using your rudder too much and having to readjust. And obviously, if you take it too wide, you're making your rowers row far too much as well. But I think we'll go back now to the action in race 27, which is the School Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We have 3 entrants in this race. We have St Ignatius in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, and Sydney Grammar in lane 3. And once again, it's going to be a really tight finish between St Ignatius and Shaw, like we had in the 6 Cox Quad Scull. And then Sydney Grammar slightly further back. But as they approach the final red pylon now, once again, it looks as if St Ignatius are maintaining about a 3/4 of a length to a length lead over Shaw. Coxswain spurring their crews on. And you can see the St Ignatius crew has a coxswain in the stern, and the Shaw boat has a coxswain in the bow, so he's able to look and speak to his rowers face to face. But they're maintaining that lead by about a length over Shaw as we approach the last 30, 40 metres. Shaw just coming back slightly, making that lead about 3/4 of a length, but they are going to run out of water. So it is the crew from St Ignatius who will take out the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2, the crew. Will Brown, Hamish Walker, Benjamin Eisenhower, Timothy Dean, Charlie Dalglish is the Cox, coached by Rory Curtin. And Shaw in second place, Christopher Young, Hugh Riley, Joe Hamilford, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Advani is the Cox. And Sydney Grammar coming through in third. That was race 27, the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2.
So it is the Sydney Grammar crew now coming out to the finish line here, rounding out the top three of the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race. For many of the Year 8 and Year 9 rowers in this race, it's characterised by a bit of finality. Unlike the Year 10s and the seniors that are rowing in a month's time at the head of the river, the Year 9 and the Year 8 boys don't get the opportunity to row at the head of the river, being that it's a Year 10 and above race. So this, for many of them, is their head of the river. And the prize that is on offer to all winning crews today is the coveted silver oar, which has been a staple of the Gold Cup Regatta since its inception. So please, congratulations to all the boys and girls and club men and women who have already won and earned themselves a silver oar. Please come up to the commentary box to receive your silver oar. And we look forward to seeing the many spectacles that the day still has to offer and hope for some great racing throughout. I'll now throw to Luke, who'll give us some more results and maybe throw to the commentary that we've been receiving on the live stream as well.
Thanks, Josh. So we do have some official results from the previous races. So race 26, which was the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. We had Kings in first with a time of 5:58 and Newington in second with a time of 6:13. The St Joseph's crew didn't start that race, unfortunately. And then race 27, which was the race that just happened, we had the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. St Ignatius in first with a time of 5:40, Shaw in second, and Sydney Grammar in third. I'll throw back to you, Josh.
So it is the St Joseph's crew here, back to the King's School coming down here, then back to Scott's, then Newington in what is race 28, the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. So it is a St Joseph's crew coming out of lane 3, doing incredibly well to hold off a challenge from the King's School in lane 4. And the last 50 metres to go, you'd expect St Joseph's to hold off this stern challenge from the King's School. You can see the boat lift out of the water as their oars enter the water, rowing very well together, incredibly powerful. Fantastic row from St Joseph's, with their coxswain screaming at them to finish off the race proudly. And it will be St Joseph's who will go on to win the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 1 race. That is Jake Faree, Thomas Curran, Samuel Spohr, Connor Hopkins, coxed by Bo Patterson and coached by Darcy Adams. Congratulations, St Joseph's College.
Great to see some more comments coming through on the live stream as well. We've got Mel Carnegie from New York. So we've got our first international watcher viewer of the day, which is always great to see. And she's cheering on Newington College all the way from New York, where it's just about going on 6 p.m. So great to see some people watching, not just around the country, but also overseas as well. So if you are watching anywhere, we've got, I think, 220 of you watching right now. Please feel free to comment in. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. If you have any memories or any thoughts, feel free to share them with us. We'll give you a little shout out.
I think about 2 degrees in New York as well at the moment. So chalk and cheese from what we're experiencing today in Sydney. Fantastic weather to see the Scots College crew come through in third place of that School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull, followed by Newington, who are rounding out the top 4. We're running about 4 minutes behind schedule, about a race behind, but we will be able to catch that up during the lunchtime break as we move through to the Year 9s, Year 10s, and then all of the GPS rowers. So that would be the 4s and the 8s coming through. But we turn our attention now to Division 2 of the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have Shaw, lane 2, Sydney Grammar, and lane 3, St Ignatius College. For a lot of these younger rowers, they're not used to rowing the 1,400 metre length of their races. Usually these schoolboy rowers will be rowing around about 1,000 metres every week. So the 1,400 metre race presents somewhat of a challenge to a lot of them. Riverview having a bit of a home advantage as they train on these waters every week. But it's great to see all of the crews from the Year 8 and the Year 9s come down here and give it their best and come away with, hopefully, if they come in first place, a silver oar. So it is St Ignatius College leading race 29, the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. My apologies. That is Shaw leading the Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. Billy Blaze, Oliver Paris, Austin Hamilton, Alex Rogan, and Cox by William George. A dominant display over the St Ignatius crew. For those watching, can see the boat just gliding through the water, maintaining that speed towards the finish. A valiant and proud finish from the Shaw School. Shaw winning the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race. That was race 29. And it is the Sydney Grammar School just coming down, rounding out the top three of the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. Valiant race from the Sydney Grammar School. That was Shaw winning that race back to St Ignatius, then Sydney Grammar, who are crossing the line in the next couple of strokes. But behind them in race number 30, the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. In lane 1, we have St Joseph's, lane 2, Kings, and lane 3, Newington. There's a very tight race here between St Joseph's and Kings for first place. Seem to be going about a bow ball to bow ball, canvas to canvas here for the top race. But it is Kings who seem to be putting a little bit more on the St Joseph's crew, who are lifting their rate. Fantastic rowing here. Both crews going stroke for stroke, both rowing very powerfully, allowing the boat to run through the water through every stroke. And it is the Kings School that are probably about half a boat length ahead, establishing and maintaining a lead over the St Joseph's crew. And it is the King's School who are going to hold this half a boat length race lead over St Joseph's College to win the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 1 crew. We'd also like to remind those spectators down here to please, the waterways are in exclusive use for St Ignatius for this regatta, so if you could please refrain from putting any pleasure craft onto the middle of the river. We understand that it is a day for everyone, a day for the spectators, but unfortunately the day is prioritised by the rowers, so please, if you can avoid being picked up at the wharf or anywhere that involves being on the course or has a potential to have an adverse effect on the race, please refrain. And then the next race coming down is race 31, the School Year 9 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar. Lane 2, St Ignatius. And lane 3, we've got the Shaw School. And it is the school from... the rowers from St Ignatius and Shaw that are currently in the lead here. Shaw holding a slender margin of lead over the St Ignatius boys. The fantastic finish just about to head our way. The St Ignatius crew seem to be putting a little bit of length back on the Shaw School. Eyes completely focused as the voices from the shoreline rise in support of the St Ignatius crew, the home crowd favourites. It is the Shaw School are holding them off very valiantly. Incredible row here from the Shaw School. Managed to hold off a fantastic St Ignatius effort. But what a race from Shaw here. Mounting pressure from the St Ignatius Coxon and crew. It will be the Shaw School come through and will take out the School Year 9 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That is Jeremy McKinley, Harry Faulkner, Tom Green, Hamish Gilligan, and Cox by Eddie Brooks. Congratulations to Shaw School on a great race. And just rounding out the top three of that race, it is the Sydney Grammar crew coming through in lane 1 of the School Year 9 Third Cox Quad Scull. That's race 31, Sydney Grammar School of Jeremy Stewart, Jonathan Gay, Sebastian Blore, Raphael McNeil Chapman, and Tran Chan is the Cox. In race 32 coming down the river now, it's the School Year 9 Second Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have St Joseph's, lane 2 Kings, lane 3 Newington, and lane 4 St Augustine's. And it looks as though it's the Newington crew currently in the lead to the St Joseph's, back to the St Joseph's crew in lane 1, then further back to the St Augustine's crew, in lane 4. So it is the crews from Newington and Kings who are currently leading this race, neck and neck, coming around the turn. It will be the Kings School with a slender advantage, but now it's just a complete sprint to the finish line. From our eyes up here, it seems that Newington have a tight lead over the Kings School, but it will be neck and neck coming down here with St. Joseph's rounding out the top three. Fantastic finish on our hands here. And it is the Newington Crews holding a slight advantage over the King's School. As we go up the races, the times will get inevitably quicker and quicker, and these boys are absolutely hammering at each other for a fantastic race. The Newington Crew holding about a half a boat length lead over the King's School, but it will be a very tight finish, the tightest finish we've seen today of Newington holding off a primal challenge from the King's School, but it is going to be Newington who will take out the school Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That is Guinness Devlin, Lewin Whitaker, Nicholas Trethaway, Theo Downing, coxed by Noah Clayton, and coached by Finn Tainch. Fantastic race we all just witnessed there with the St. Joseph's crew rounding out third place and the St. Augustine's crew coming in now with fourth place. With race 33 just up the river now beginning, which is the school Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull, Division 2 of Lane 1 City Grammar, Lane 2 St. Ignatius, Lane 3 Shore, and Lane 4 City Boys High School. Coming down the river now, we have St. Ignatius currently leading the race back to the Shore School, who are beside them. With Sydney Boys High School rounding out that top four, with the Sydney Grammar School not starting this race. But it will be Shore and St. Ignatius who are battling it out for first and second place respectively. A trend we've seen a little bit today. Fantastic effort from both schools in all Division 2s. The St. Ignatius College crew coming down now, just about to take the turn in front of the Shore School, having an advantage coming inside the buoy. But now about 300 metres to go. It is the St. Ignatius College crew back to the Shore School, who are rowing incredibly well. The boat absolutely glued to the water. No rock whatsoever. Rowing incredibly straight, incredibly balanced. Powerful through the water. Their oars going in together and out together. We talk a lot about and rowing about being synchronised. These boys well and truly defining that with their effort today. Shore School putting up a valiant challenge towards the St. Ignatius crew. But with 100 metres to go, the St. Ignatius crew holding off the Shore School. The coxswain imploring his rowers to go one more, to the rapturous applause of the St. Ignatius faithful here on the side of the river. Fantastic effort there from St. Ignatius School. That is Patrick Delaney, Isaac Pertins, Theo Turner, Archer Hartman, coxed by Zeke Chan and coached by Jackson Garrels. Congratulations to the St. Ignatius crew and congratulations to the Shaw School on a great race, as well as the Sydney Boys High School rounding out, or Sydney Grammar School, sorry, rounding out the top three. Turning our attention now to race 34, the school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. The penultimate race of the school board year 9 races that we've got in lane 1, we've got the King's School, lane 2, Newington, lane 3, St Joseph's, and lane 4, St Augustine's. And it is the Newington, Kings and St Joseph's crew have all come around the corner, all come around the buoy around the same time, but it is Newington holding a slight lead to the St Joseph's and King's Schools with 300 metres to go. Could be anyone's race coming down through, all rowing incredibly well. And this Newington crew holding a great lead. We'd ask that the water taxi, please, there's a race just about to finish. Please do not come onto the course. But it is the Newington and St Joseph's crew running a fantastic race here. Bow ball to bow ball. This is the closest race we've seen all day. The Newington crew holding probably about a half a length advantage. St Joseph's putting on one final push. We'll have to wait to give you the results here, but from here it's Newington just ahead of St Joseph's. Incredible race there. The Shaw School and the St Joseph's crew. We'll have to wait till you get the official results from the team. Hopefully the water taxi hasn't ruined that. Unfortunately, right where the finish line is may have caused some sort of disruption to the technology that we've got going down there. And the St Augustine's crew rounding out 4th place behind the King's School. And we will wait just to give you the official results coming through on our website. Fantastic race there. For the penultimate, what a great race to round out the penultimate race of the school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. Race 35 just about to start, or has just started up the top of the Lane Cove River. Division 2, race 35, St Ignatius in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, Sydney Boys High in lane 3, and lane 4 we've got Sydney Grammar.
So we do have now the official results from race 34, the race that just happened, the school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And the winners of the race were Newington in a time of 5 minutes 22.48. And St Joseph's came in second with a time of 5 minutes 23.46. So 0.98 seconds difference there between first and second place. The tightest race we've had all day. So a big congratulations to the Newington crew there for winning the race, and a great effort from Joey's in second place. King's finishing in third with a time of 5 minutes 28 seconds, and St Augustine's in fourth. So that winning crew from Newington was Alexander Christofides, Evan Grolakis, Oscar Walsh, Jasper Pattinso, and coxed by Hugo Baker. A big congratulations to them there, winning by under 1 second. Some awesome racing there in the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull.
We're now at the final race of the schoolboy races for the day, the Year 9 schoolboy races for the day. The mercury just tipping 27 degrees, so if you're out there, please remember to be sun safe, wear a hat, put some sunscreen on. And we'd also just like to take this opportunity to thank all the parents, all the friends, all the family members that have come down and supporting rowing. We understand that, it's an incredibly difficult sport, rowing, especially for the parents who have to get up and take their children and going here, spending hours and hours, driving them early in the mornings and getting them up to Penrith, in some cases, every week. So it's fantastic to come here and support schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing every year. It's fantastic to see the whole crowd here. The first time in 3 years we've ever had a crowd, and we are live streaming as well on YouTube. So if you are there, please feel free, with a continuous call team up here, please feel free to give us a comment. We'll give you a shout out. If you're watching from around the world, please feel free to tell us where you're watching from. It's fantastic to see such a great audience, to see such great rowing as well. Exemplified by that race between won by Newington College last race. So it is the St Ignatius crew and the Shore School here. St Ignatius holding about a length lead over the Shore School for the last race of the schoolboy Year 9 races, both in lanes 1 and 2, coming down for the final 200 metres. Fantastic race. The St Ignatius crew probably rating a little bit lower than the Shore School, putting on a challenge, but incredibly powerful there, looking very calm, very relaxed, powerful through the water, allowing the boat just to run and spread out along that water. Have now increased their length, their lead, to about a length or 2 lengths of boat, back to the Shore School, then back to the Sydney Grammar School, then back to Sydney Boys High. And leading the race and winning the race in lane 1, it will be St Ignatius School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull, Julian Carr, Thomas McClintock, Hunter Reich, Alexander Kerr, coxed by Harry Fingleton and coached by James Benson. Back to the Shore School in second place. Back to Sydney Grammar in third. And rounding out the top 4 is Sydney Boys High. That concludes the schoolboy Year 9 rowing for the afternoon. We're now moving towards race 36, which is the only entry of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4 races now. So race 36, the school Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. We've got Pymble Ladies in lane 1, a second Pymble Ladies crew, Pymble Ladies 2 in lane 2, and Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3. So it looks as though that one of the Pymble crews hasn't started the race, so it will be just the single Pymble Ladies crew racing against the Mossman crew, with both crews looking very competitive at the moment, neck and neck. The Mossman crew obviously rowing out of their sheds down near Mossman Rowing Club. It is the Pymble Ladies crew with about a length lead over the Mossman crew. So it is the Pymble crew currently ahead of the Mossman crew out of lane 3. That either Pymble crew, one of them either Sally Payne, Celeste McDermott, Abby Sywalk, Scarlett Miles, coxed by Rose Kirkby and coached by Sophie Graham, or Amelia Young, Ladia Millman, McMillan, Madison Hodges, Lara Hassel, coxed by Angelita Addinger and coached by Izzy Shaw. And the Mossman crew, who are also just coming around the buoy now, that would be Matilda Gilmore, Akalia Robertson, Scarlett Bradshaw, Isla Milne, and coxed by Tully Phillips and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Fantastic row here by the Pymble Ladies College, fending off a club crew from Mossman Rowing Club. It's fantastic that at Gold Cup we're able to see schoolboys and schoolgirls go up against the very top echelon of Sydney rowing. That being all the clubs that are around here: Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club, Leichhardt, UTS, Haberfield, and Mossman Rowing Club. So fantastic for all of these crews to participate. But in the last 100 metres, the Pymble Ladies girls have got a dominant lead over the Mossman Rowing Club ladies. Fantastic row. And it is the Pymble Ladies crew either one or two of the Pimble ladies crew that was meant to start at the... So the lane 1 crew is Sally Payne, Celeste McDermott, Abby Sywalk, Scarlett Miles, Cox by Rose Kirkby, and the coach is Sophie Graham. Congratulations, ladies, holding off a very valiant effort from Mossman Rowing Club of Matilda Gilmore, Akalia Robertson, Scarlett Bradshaw, Isla Milne, and Cox by Tully Phillips, and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Following on from this race, we've got the Women's Masters 8s, Division 1 of that race. And so these races are handicapped. So the crew in lane 1 from Mossman Rowing Club will go off 5 seconds. The crew from Leichhardt will go off 5 seconds as well. The crew in lane 3, North Shore, will go off go, and the crew in lane 4, North Shore, will also go off go. If you divert your eyes away from the names in the program, you'll see that some of the ages are listed. We in the commentary box won't be announcing those up here, but we will say that all the ages listed on this event, it really signifies and really solidifies the feeling that rowing is a sport for lifetime. Rowing is a sport for your lifetime. A fantastic event to see the Women's Masters 8 come down. And it will be Mossman and Leichhardt, who had that 5-second handicap head start, who are currently leading the race. And the crew from Mossman, the Women's Masters 8 from Mossman, who went off at 5 seconds, are currently leading the race back to the Leichhardt crew. Fantastic row so far from all the ladies. It is the Mossman Rowing Club, Women's Masters 8, who are about a length ahead of the Leichhardt Rowing Club ladies. Looking very composed, very smooth, very relaxed out there, but rowing very powerfully. Fantastic row there from all the ladies that are participating today. So it is Sarah Hill, Jenny Wilson, M. Barak, Lucy Stackpole-Moore, Kelly Ross, Alexandra Walding, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleiman, Cox by Chloe Jarita, and coached by James Keller. That's the Mossman Women's Masters 8 crew going through to win race 37.
Thanks, Josh. It is great to see now. This year we've returned to a full program of rowing. All 85 races are back. So we go all the way from our youngest rowers in the Year 8 schoolboys, who'd probably be, 13, 14 years old, all the way to some of these Masters rowers. People rowing well into their 60s and 70s, which is always great to see. So rowing really is a sport for all ages, whether you started in school and continue right through your life, whether you pick it up later in life or you stop and then you start again. It's great to see down here at the Gold Cup today at St Ignatius College that we have rowers ranging right down from the schoolboys all the way to the Masters rowing. It really is an event that brings people together from right across the generations. And so we do have race 38 underway now. This is Division 2 of the Women's Masters 8. We've got North Shore in lane 1, an Abbotsford Composite in lane 2, and a North Shore Composite in lane 3. And so the crews in lane 2 and 3, the Abbotsford and North Shore Composites, have started off go, and the North Shore crew in lane 1 has started after 5 seconds. And it does look as though it is the North Shore Composite in lane 3 that is holding a lead back to the North Shore and Abbotsford crews in lanes 1 and 2. With plenty of racing left to go in this race. And if you are wondering how the handicaps are determined, that is based on the average age of the crew, I believe. So if you have a crew that's made up of an average age of older rowers, you will get more of an advantage compared to some of the other crews. So we've only got, in both races so far in these Women's Masters races, we've only had 5-second head starts, but you will see some races where crews will have 20 to 30-second handicaps, depending on the ages of those crews and the mix of rowers amongst the different crews in those races.
There are, yeah, later on. So after all the schoolboy races,
then they go to the men's
masters,
Yeah.
and there's a few others.
We also will have some men's masters rowing later on, which is always great to see as well.
After the first day, they go to the school. The first day to the next. Like straight up.
We've got a schoolgirl race and then the 8 races, yeah.
Then you got those big great quad skull and stuff. Oh no, non-event. Like Masters 8.
Oh, they got
after the fourth quarter. That's after.
Oh, so one of the Masters 8's got scratched.
So it goes from.
Okay. And so as they approach the turn now, it is the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3, leading back to the North Shore crew in lane 1. And then the Abbotsford Composite crew in lane 2 just slightly further back as they start to approach the turn. And the coxswain from that North Shore Composite crew, Terry O'Hamlin, who I've been informed is a former Olympic rower or Olympic cox, taking that turn very well there around the red turning buoy, with the North Shore crew in lane 1 not too far behind either as they start to take the turn as well and head for home in the final 350 metres of this race. Yeah, you can. Well, after the race, maybe, yeah. So it is the two North Shore crews, well, the North Shore Composite crew and then the North Shore crew in lanes 3 and 1, respectively, battling it out for first place. But it is the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3, maintaining a strong lead over their competitors in lane 1 of about 2 to 3 lengths as they approach the final red pylon before the Riverview Ferry Wharf. And the Abbotsford Composite as well, just starting to take the turn now as they come around and head for home in the final 300 metres of their race. Once again, great to see a return for the Women's Masters and Men's Masters rowing later in the day. Great to have these events back at the Gold Cup. It's one of the things that makes the regatta really special. It's not just schoolboy racing, it's schoolgirl, it's Masters, it's the Open 8 races as well later in the day that really make this such a wonderful event. And so it's the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3 that'll take out race 38, the Women's Masters 8 Division 2, the crew, Caroline Boyce, Julie Wass, Virginia Fabro, Kim Grace, Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Catherine James, Jane O'Hamlin. Terry O'Hamlin is the cox, coached by Kim Rudder. North Shore coming through in second place. Leanne Johnston, Sarah Kavanagh, Sasha Tchaikovsky, Emma Nicholas, Sarah Dennis, Gail Donkin, Vicky Grundy, Elizabeth Buzzo, Jane Kavanagh as the cocks, coached by Justin Peters. And with about 100 metres to go, we'll have the Abbotsford Composite crew come through in third place. Judith McDonald, Lillian Hayes, Yvonne Kinneck, Melissa Blaine Woodley, Rosemary Hancock, Enza Andriata, Catherine Naito, Adriana Guthrie, Lynn Riley is the cocks, coached by Steve Sherry. So a great effort from all crews there, and once again, great to see the Masters rowing back on the program here at the St Ignatius Gold Cup. Good on it. I won't read it.
Our commentary goes through to the live stream.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So it's all off the same mic. Yeah.
Off these mics.
Yeah.
But they're not getting as much as because there's so many more people. Yeah, it's not as much.
No.
Because you're not getting at least people.
Just some more comments through coming on the live stream. As I said before, feel free to interact with us up here. We'll be reading out the comments, if appropriate, all day. I've just got a comment in from my brother, Thomas DeAngelis, who's coming in. Thank you for the support from my brother, but will want to regale a story that he's telling me, which is that my co-commentator up here, Luke O'Brien, Thomas is my eldest brother, and Luke's eldest brother, Tom, as well, are currently best mans at each other's weddings this year. So just a little bit of trivia up there for you. Luke and I are very proud to be raising the flag for both those respective families, and we're also very proud of our brothers as well for having such a long-lasting friendship after leaving school.
It's a small, small world. It really is.
No, our brothers are best man. Well, I was at his wedding, but he's a groom on my brother's wedding.
We'll turn back to the rowing now, which is probably for the best. And we've got race 39 underway, the schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. We've got 4 entrants in this race. We've got, I believe, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Sydney Girls in lane 2, and then Pymble Ladies 1 and Pymble Ladies 2 in lanes 3 and 4. I can only see 3 entrants in this race, so it looks as if we only have one of the Pymble Ladies college entrants, which I assume would be the Ladies 1 crew in lane 3. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club quad in lane 1 that's holding a lead back to Pymble Ladies, who are then leading Sydney Girls in 3rd place. Great to see as well with the crowd back. We do have plenty of students from St Ignatius College down here as well. I heard the drum earlier, which is always great to hear. And I'm sure those boys were going absolutely mad when the school first 8 race gets underway in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, that A final that St Ignatius are rowing in. So it is great to have crowds back down here at the college after a 3-year absence due to COVID, as well as the pleasure craft on the water as well. It really is a community, a family event, and it's great to have everyone back after such a delay and such an absence. Obviously, the rowing's kept going, but it's great to have you all back because it really makes the day that much more special. And so as they approach the dogleg turn now, it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 1 in that distinctive yellow boat that you can see, leading back to Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, and then Sydney Girls not too far behind as they start to approach the turn in lane 2. Yeah, as soon as this finishes, if you guys want to jump, you guys jump on. Yeah, they actually might, yeah.
Certainly the last space in that.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want you guys And as they approach the red pylon now, it is the crew from Sydney Rowing Club holding a commanding lead back to Pymble Ladies College. They've looked really strong the whole race. You can see there how good the timing is. Letting the boat run. Some really, really nice rowing from that Sydney Rowing Club crew, who will win race 39, the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. So that's Sydney Rowing Club crew. Georgia Stevenson, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers, Grace Bennett, Matilda McConus is the Cox, coaches Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. And in second place, Pinball Ladies won Talia O'Regan, Erin Porter, Mika Naito, Annabelle Shanahan. Matilda Goddard is the cox, coached by Lewis Gray. And then it'll be Sydney Girls coming through in third place with just under 100 metres to go in their race. Lauren Teo, Lorian Wong, Gowrie Katera, Charlotte Steele, Jennifer Ngo is the cox, coached by Matteo Villani. And so, as the school first aid B final gets underway, as it approaches the final 400 metres of the race, I'll hand over to commentators Pete Beaucaire and Michael Dodd.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Josh. Doing an excellent job this morning. Well done, boys. Have a break. We've got the B final here of the school's first eight. We've got Joey's there in lane 2 who are in front. That's the crew of Basher, Mitchell, Dooley, Negline, Maloney, Cullen, Sezolka, Tong. They're coached by Dave Gurley and Michael Lane. They're getting chased by the crew from Scots. That's Jack Pinn, Demetrius, Barr, Houghton, Tremlett, Caligiros, Pursehouse, Ellis, Chang's the cox, and they're coached by Jason Baker. Grammar in third place at the moment. Stubbs Colston, Balderstone, Huang, Burt, Fairbrother, Hyde, Ireland, Ellis, and Bryn Potter is the cox. So as we come down inside the last 100 metres, yep, it's close.
Yeah.
Give it a call, you right?
I'm just going to say that Scots are absolutely laying the pressure down here on the Joey's boat, and they're going to take this right to the wire. Oh, what do you reckon, a point and a half faster? Joey's trying to lengthen
Scott's
out.
driving at the finish, but is Joey's holding by about 3/4 of a length? And they'll hold that as they cross the line. So Joey's will win the B final of the school's first eight. Scott's in second, back to the crew from Grammar. And then we've got the crew from Sydney High. Zhao, Chow, Zin, Wang, Mustafa, Yin, Wang, Chen, Tars the Cox. So the Sydney Boys High School will finish fourth there in the B final. We've got the A final on the course now. We've got Newington in lane 1, which is closest, which is the Cox left-hand side, closest to the Woolwich side. Shaw, St Ignatius in 3, Kings in 4. Plenty of excitement clearly over here at Cove Cottage amongst the Riverview faithful as they have a very strong first eight in this race. Already holding a comfortable lead here, Riverview, as they approach the turn. Sure, have been chasing all the way down the course, but it is the crew from St Ignatius, probably holding about 3/4 of a length. Third's probably Kings on the far side, out in lane 4, and then back to Newington in lane 1, who'll get the benefit of the camber on the corner. So the Newington crew, Sutherland, Tainch, Mitchell, Biasado, Chanter, Jones, De Brighton, Fullard. Nicholas is the cox, Blair Jenkins is coach. The Shaw crew, Banks, McAlpine, Rowe, Sloan, Patrick, Galligan, Club, Waite, Fox is the cox. St Ignatius crew, Mackett, Kelly, Hennessy, Power, English, Malozzi, O'Mara, Collins, Burton's the cox, coached by Matty Curtin, and the King's crew, Mason, Whalen, Hines, Lindemann, Teal, Webster, Rogers, Murrell, Clagnig's the cox, coached by Huxley and Huxley. But it is St Ignatius in front with 250 metres to go.
Peter, did you notice there on the turn, just talking to the boys here, they reckon the bend's worth about a length. So it absolutely put the shore boat in the eyes of the Riverview crew. So they've had to pick it up here just a little bit. They have been the form boat all season. Look at that class come through now over the last 100 to the rapturous applause of the home crowd.
Very excited over here in the bank. St Ignatius have gone out to a length over shore. 50 metres to go. This is a very high quality crew. St Ignatius wins the school's first eight. Great row by Shaw in second. Kings will hold on for third. Newington College in fourth. So congratulations St Ignatius, following on from their strong form this season. Comfortable winners of the New South Wales Championships last week and winning the first eight in their home regatta. And I suspect we will see them later on in the program in the schools in the actual Open 8. So a very competitive crew. So high excitement here. St Ignatius comfortably winning the school's first eight. That crew, Jack Mack and Edward Kelly, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Flynn English, Luca Malozzi, James O'Mara, Matt Collins, Henry Burton's the Cox. They're coached by Matt Curtin. Good Joey's boy there coaching that crew. Second, Lawson Banks, Mac McAlpine, Ben Rowe, Corey Sloan, Hugo Patrick, Tom Galligan, Will Clubb, Thomas Waite, Mackenzie Fox the Cox. And in third place, a fast finishing King's crew, Mac Mason, Tom Whalen, Samuel Hines, Axel Lindemann, Anton Teal, Cameron Webster, William Rogers, Angus Murrell, Sebastian Clagnig's a Cox, and they're coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. So congratulations, the crew from St Ignatius, to the rapturous applause here of the home crowd. Just want to also thank Luke and Josh for outstanding work they've done since early this morning. Josh is still going to hang around for a little while, but and he'll help us for the rest of the day. But Luke's got to head off to a wedding. So well done, guys. You've done an excellent job this morning in trying warm conditions. We might even get a breeze here this afternoon, Dottie.
I reckon we will. Luke's, of course, very much looking forward to putting on a suit, because we all want to do that today.
No doubt about that. What race have we got coming down the course, Dottie?
We're about to commence race 42, the year 10, fourth 8. We have 3 boats on the water. Lane 1, St Ignatius. Lane 2, Shore. And Lane 3, St Ignatius Boat 2. I note the St Ignatius Boat 2, coached by the great Tommy Benson, a member of the winning Riverview head of the river crew of, was it 2016 or 2017? I lose count. 2017, I think.
17.
Yeah. He was in the 2 seat in year 11. Wonderful young man.
Plenty of excitement up here at Cove Cottage as the highly credentialed St Ignatius crew.
It's rock star
back in
stuff,
front.
isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very, very good first day. So this will be an outright final, I suggest, for the Year 10 Fourth 8. Whereas the other Year 10 8s will be racing in heats and finals. So this Fourth 8, Year 10 Fourth 8, St Ignatius in lane 1, Dawes, Parker, Brooks, Brown, Keeney, Flynn, Irwin, Norton, Jude Smith the Cox. They're coached by Felix Connors. The Shaw crew in second, Taff, Holt, Kears, Bailey Smith, Adamo, Lane, Evans Beard, Eddie Brooks is the Cox. And the St Ignatius crew, they're over there in lane 3, Burgess, Tyrrell, Pidcock, Butcherine, Boyd, Butcherine, Camus, Big, Riley Wallace is the Cox. And as Dottie mentioned, Thomas Benson is the coach. It is across, yeah. St Ignatius holding a slight lead here in this final of the school's Year 10 Fourth 8. Shaw having a couple of steering issues there. Coxon just trying to line himself up for the corner. And from our position here on the bank, they look like they're tightening up a little bit as they enter that sort of 50-metre wide opening there on the bend. As many of you know, or as you're aware, this is the most unusual rowing course, but a very popular one. It's called the Coxon's Course because the Coxons have a lot of pressure on them as they turn for home here and getting these crews, particularly these Year 10 Coxers. These are big crews, these are big 8s going at quite high speeds, and they've got to make a fairly tight turn against a pole there that's not going to move on the inside.
And Peter, over the years, many have tried.
That's true. So it's a crew from St Ignatius have turned in front. Sure, Cox has got his crew set right out, but the St Ignatius stroke has asked for an extra couple of points in rate, and that's what he's received as they've straightened up, and they've kicked about 1.25 lengths clear with around 200 metres to go.
Yeah.
Very good rowing here by schools Year 10 4th 8s. A lot of these men, this will be their first or second season in the boat, and this looks like a well-drilled St Ignatius crew here in lane 1. Holding on by a length and a quarter. Sure have chased them all the way down, but the St Ignatius number 1 crew in the shadows of the post. Probably taken another seat or two and a stretching out for victory in the final of the Year 10 4th 8. The St Ignatius number 1 crew back to shore number 1 in second. And the St Ignatius number 2 crew still around 150 metres to row. So the winning St Ignatius crew there, William Dawes, Rory Parker, Samuel Brooks, Simon Brown, Patrick Keeney, Dominic Flynn, William Irwin, Thomas Norton, Jude Smith the Cox, and coached by Felix Connors. And this is the second crew for the Year 10 8 from St Ignatius, and they're crossing the line now. Well done to them. Got another race coming down the course, Dotty.
Yeah, we're away in race number 43, the Division 1 of the Year 10 3rd 8. 3 boats again, Newington in 1, Scots in 2, St Joseph's in 3. I noticed John Reading coaching that boat there. I thought he retired.
I don't think Rito's ever going to retire, Michael, I don't think. He is, of course, the Citizen of the Year in Hunters Hill this year.
Did not know that.
He is, John Reading. So he may or may not hear me, and I may get a phone call at some stage for saying it, but well, congratulations to John on that fantastic honour. We've probably got Newington in the front here, Dotty, in lane 1. That's a crew of Too Good, C, Latham, Goldsmith, Moore, Fuller, Adams, Ethan Grove, Slady as the Cox. Back to the crew from St Joseph's, Wakasa, Prentice, McDonald, Chris, Pictor, Lebler, Brown, Loadsman, Miji Muji is the Cox, and they're coached by John Reading and James Fredrickson. Coming third on the river at the moment is the crew from Scots. That's Trott, Giardini, Tremlett, Ivanovsky, Simpson, Milling, Love, Littlemore, Skeffington's the Cox, and they're coached by Ed Manton.
You did very well then, Peter. That was brilliant.
So it is Newington in front, but St Joseph's will challenge them over the next 150 metres as the nor'easterly gets up a little bit here and cools things down. These crews are going to enjoy following conditions for the rest of the day. St.
Definitely freshening.
Yeah, it has. And St Joseph's have come up alongside the crew from Newington here.
What the coaches would want to see from both these boats over the closing stages is that they hold their form, they don't get lost in the moment, and they just apply their technique that they've been working on all summer and just drive this boat away. I think Newington have got them, and they've done just that. They've just hung on nicely and kept their shape balanced up, if I can use the racing parlance term there, Pete.
Correct, correct.
And they've just taken it away. Joey's still good, mind you, but Newington just that little bit more stable.
So Newington will hold on and they'll win the first semi-final of the third Year 10 8 by around half a length to St Joseph's and back to the crew from Scots in third place. So Newington and Joey's will go into the final. Into the A final, Scots will go into the B final. So that crew, a crew from Newington, Too Good, C, Latham, Goldsmith, Moore, Fuller, Adams, Grove, Slatcher. They will go through to the final, A final, St Joseph's second there, Wakasa, Prentice, McDonald, Chris, Pictor, Lebler, Brown, Loadsman, Miga Muji, and they're coached by John Reading and James Fredrickson. Scott's crew in third. They'll go to the B final. That's Trott, Giardini, Tremlett, Avanosky, Simpson, Milling, Lowe, Littlemore, Skeffington, and coached by Ed Manton.
We're away in race 44, the year 10, third 8. We have Shaw in 1, St Ignatius in 2, the King's School in 3.
They'll go through the A final. That was the 10. Yeah. The only straight through final was that St Ignatius school in the 4th year 10. Yeah. The next. Did I? Sorry, that was the second. That was the year 10 second. Second's come. The both divisions get medals.
I'll ask Marie. I don't know.
Peter, as they get towards the turning pole here, we've got Shaw and Riverview having a really ding-dong battle here. They're absolutely going at one another, rating about the same, almost perfectly in time. As they get that little bit closer, as we've mentioned, Shaw will get the advantage off the turn. But as they approach it, I'm going to say Riverview by maybe a canvas, or maybe Shaw have just grabbed them now, looking at the monitor.
Now the stewards have informed me these are straight out finals in the year 10 third 8s. So Newington won Division 1 there from St Joseph's, and we've got a ding-dong battle here, as Michael has mentioned, between St Ignatius and Shaw here in the year 10 third 8 final of Division. Well, it's Division 2, but it is a straight out final. This is going to be a tight finish, this one. We've got Shaw in front, but the crew from St Ignatius turned and straightened and are throwing everything at them inside past 150 metres. Shaw in front. St Ignatius has not let them out of their sight, but the Shaw crew has found a point or two of rate inside the last 100 metres and are probably holding around about half a length inside the last 100 metres and are rating at around about a 32 or a 33. Stroke's going to take them right through to the finish. Shaw will win Division 2 of the Year 10 third 8 from the crew from St Ignatius and back to Kings in third.
I'd like to see that race over 2,000.
So
Pete. I'd reckon that'd be a much closer thing.
So I think that's what will happen in a few weeks. But we've got the King's crew coming here in third. So Shaw winners of Division 2 of the Year 10 third 8. That's a crew of Miles Kingdom, Angus Marshall, Caelan Welsh, Addison Stanberg, Joshua Salas, Daniel Wright, Tom O'Brien, Henry Shearington, Jethro Chapman's the Cox, the crew from St Ignatius, Xavier Anderson, Liam Wilkinson, Harry Kelly, Xavier Donahue, Lucas Gontarts, Angus Nicol, Andrew Cabot, Jonas Mason, Darcy Burns the Cox. They're coached by Sarah Dew. And the King's crew in third place there, Cameron Gray, Isaac Smeeder, Sione Vunapola, James Wu, Tom Gamble, Jack Gall, Chase Scott, James Webster, Max Smalls the Cox, coached by Paul Mummery. So both those winners of those Year 10 third 8 divisions will receive silver oars. I'm reliably informed by the stewards. We have Heat 1 of the Year 10 school second 8 on the course. We've got Newington in 1, Scots in 2, Kings in 3. Kings holding a slight advantage here, although my suspicion is Newington there in lane 1 will get a bit of a pull as they come around the corner. Newington in 1 there, Brownrigg, White, Perkins, Koskela, Webb, Gleeson, Mosley, Cirillo, Lees the Cox. Scott's in lane 2 there, Reed, Hermans, Stamboli, Mitchell, Smart, Burke, Sides, Alt Graham, Doolan, coached by Ed Manton, and the King's crew, Swift, Scott, Rengzamini, Herriot, Duffy, Todd, Crocker, Thomas, Oscar Hills the Cox, and they're coached by Jack Steele Park.
Pretty early in the day for us, Pete, but it would appear that there's a little bit of track bias towards the Woolwich Hunters Hill side of the course, would you suggest?
Generally is, Michael,
yeah,
generally is.
Over here on the Lane Cove side, it's just a little bit tougher going. Maybe you even get a little bit more exposure as you cross Tambourine Bay there. You get knocked around a little bit. Gee, he took a good left-hand turn then, that Coxon. That was a beauty.
The King's crew sort of went very wide on the corner and then they've come in nice and sharp. And they're full of running as they've straightened up with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, you'd say this race is against Patton, but he's covered some ground there, hasn't he?
He has. They've covered more ground in the Earl Explorers at King's Year 10 second 8, but they are holding a comfortable lead.
Reminds me of something Nash did at Rose Hill last year.
So it's Kings in front, holding a length and a quarter lead back to Newington and then Scots in first. So this is the first semi-final of the Year 10 second 8. And Kings will head off into the A final with great confidence. Easing down now with 100 metres
big boys
to go.
in that boat.
That is a very
look
big
at them.
crew.
There's some beef there. Look at that.
That is a very big Year 10 second 8. Good row by Newington there in second, and then back to Scots for third. So Kings and Newington will head off to the A final this afternoon, and the crew from Scots will head into the B final. So winners there of the school's U10 second 8, Kings. That's a crew of Swift, Scott, Rengzamani, Herriot, Duffy, Todd, Crocker, Thomas. Oscar Hills the Cox. Jock Steele Park is the coach. Newington crew of Brownrigg, White, Perkins, Koskela, Webb, Gleeson, Mosley, Cirillo. They're coxed by Henry Lee. Scott's crew of Reed, Herman, Stamboli, Mitchell, Smart, Burke, Sides, Alt Graham. Samuel Doolan's the cox and they're coached by Ed Manton, who also coached the Scots Year 10 third 8.
As I think Josh pointed out earlier, we are live streaming this event and a couple of good comments coming through. And you should never let a compliment go past, but we note that Patrick Delaney has come through and complimented our young commentators this morning on an excellent job, and he said, well done. So no greater praise there. So, Pete, we're under a wee bit of pressure, mate.
Unfortunately, our eyesight's not as good as it used to be, Dotty. So.
Nor our hearing.
So we've got the second division of the Year 10, second 8 coming down the water here. We've got Shaw in 1, St Ignatius in 2, St Joseph's in 3, who seem to be off the pace here. It's a battle in 2 here in lanes 1 and 2, Shaw and St Ignatius. Shaw crew of Wade, Jones, Frape, Amadi, Bestich, Harvey, Paris, Halstead, Gandy. Crew from St Ignatius, Peterson, Van Rizik, O'Brien, Tancred, Forlico, McPherson, Burke. Field, they're coxed by Michael Gordon and coached by Simon Kenderers. The St Joseph's crew in this race is Charles Duncan, Matheson, Reeves, Tui, Alexandru, Burnett, Field, Crawford, coxed by Vincent Cerrone, coached by Dion Batiga. But it is crew from Shaw in lane 1, holding a comfortable lead over the crew from St Ignatius. Both crews are going to go through to the A final. Neither stroke is backing off. Both have lifted their rating inside the last 200 metres, so clearly looking for a bit of a psychological advantage here, Michael.
Sure, just that little bit better just at this stage, just that little bit steadier. And that's not to in any way besmirch the Riverview boat here. They're both very good crews. And I think now they know that they're both through, so I think the pressure's off here, and I think they'll just take it to the line. There's another battle to be fought here today.
Yeah, Shaw rating 2 or 3 points above Riverview here inside the last 100 metres, but Shaw will go through to the A final. The crew from St Ignatius will also go through to the A final this afternoon.
There's these kids are going to be good rowers.
Oh, yeah.
They've got some perfect builds.
It's a very, very strong Year 10 second eights here. St Joseph's just having a little bit of trouble with these down breeze conditions as it's turned a bit today. They will make for some faster racing as the day goes on. We've got the I think we've had a scratching here in the U10 first eight heat coming down the course. We've got we've got Scots in 1. The crew from Kings has a scratching in this race. We've got St Joseph's in 2/3, Newington, and the crew from St Augustine's over there in lane 5. Now, as the morning gets a little bit later, I'm sure a few people are getting a little peckish on this side of the bank.
Peter, I'm feeling peckish. What should I do?
I'm feeling peckish myself, Michael, but I understand the St Ignatius are running a fantastic barbecue down there and bake sale, so would encourage anyone who's looking for something to eat or something to drink to head down there for the friendly team down there who will be looking forward to serving you here this afternoon. So
I've heard it goes very well.
Wouldn't mind testing some of it at some stage, Michael. That might be a good way to get us through. But back to the racing, we have got St Augustine's in front here. They're holding a slender lead to the crew from Newington.
So get ready for one of these big left-hand turns again. Here it comes. Look at that.
So they're both holding a comfortable lead over the crew from Scots, and then back to St Joseph's there in lane 2. Scott's picking up a little bit on the camber there, but this St Augustine's crew is a high quality Year 10-8. And this Newington crew has rode some good races early in the season as well. Scott's plugging on gamely there in lane 1, but it really looks like it's a race between these two crews here on the outside. That's a crew from St Augustine's, Taylor, Sow, Wise, Nicholas, Dawson, Tancred, Pender, Arundel. Taylor's the Cox, coached by Ungermark. The Newington crew, McDonald, Titmas, Longcroft, Muir, Veach, Denton, Chandler, Dehannon, Blake Dewhurst is the Cox. But it is St Augustine's in front, holding around about 3/4 of a length as they come up to the finish line. Both crews will keep a little bit in the kit for the final this afternoon, but St Augustine's will go through to the final, as will the crew from Newington. Scots and Joey's will be in the B final. Scots crew of Ireland, Jurisic, Pakulis, McGregor, Stewart, Wells, Lampson, Hughes, Cardno's the Cox, and they're coached by Ed Manton. St Joseph's, Owen, O'Kane, Harris, Moorshead, Goff, Nagel, Gersoy, Palmazzani. Bellantonio's the Cox, and they're coached by Will Raven, who is running the St Joseph's shed this year and doing a great job. So St Ignatius and Newington will go through to the A final. Joey's and Scott's into the B final. We've got the second heat of the Year 10 first eight coming down the river now. We've got High in 1, St Ignatius in 2, Sydney Grammar in 3, and Shaw in 4. It's a shame we didn't see that King's Year 10 first eight. They're a very good crew. I saw them win last week up in the at the New South Wales Championships. Geez, crew's gone wide here, which is the crew from Shaw, very much on the Riverview side of the river. They are covering some ground, and the crew from Grammar's sort of holding them out there, whereas the crew from St Ignatius in 2 have got an absolute gun barrel run. As I said earlier, it is the Coxswain's course here at Riverview, and this Riverview Coxswain obviously very well conditioned on these conditions of straight. And now this crew from Grammar will get very close to the crew from Shaw here over in lane 3 and 4. The marshals had to work very hard to separate these crews. In fact, probably Glamour's got a bit of a push off that. So it is St Ignatius in front, Grammar challenging Shaw for the second position. Grammar rowing a bold race here over here in lane 3. In fact, they're pretty close there to St Ignatius in lane 1 as well. So these 3 crews will battle out the next 150 metres. Only 2 crews will go through to the A final. St Ignatius maybe slightly in front from Shaw. Grammar battling on bravely here in between them. They're 2 very big schoolboy crews here. The St Ignatius crew just lengthening out now. They've found another couple of seats inside the last 100 metres. Oh, Grammar rowing a bold race there.
Bowman's lost his
He
slide.
has lost his stride.
Slide.
Oh, goodness. So it is St Ignatius from Shaw. Grammar, a brave third there, given the bowman there found himself on the off his seat there on the slide for the last few strokes. So St Ignatius through to Shaw and then back to the crew from High in 4th. So that's St Ignatius crew of Connor, Sullivan, Ward, McGrath, Hiles, Davis, Johnston, Delaney, James Stacks, the Cox, coached by Ollie Smith. Shaw crew of Faddy, Riding, Smith, Kellett, Edwards, Wiles, Galligan, Francis and Zhu. Grammar, Parker, Burton, Moncrief, Clifton, Goldberg, Berkeloo, Koska, Slack, Hyde, James Stewart is the Cox. And the Sydney Boys High crew there in 4th. Lee, Park, Rustandi, Zhang, Zhao, Commonen, Matthews, Shim. Terry Kay's the Cox. They will go through to the B final, as will Sydney Grammar. St Ignatius and Shaw will be in the A final.
We're up to race 49 now. Josh just coming back in to give this a bit of a call for us. The school girl Year 10, Quad Division 2. Take it away, Josh.
Thanks, gents. Great to be back with you. We've got in lane 1, we've got Pinball Ladies. In lane 2, Sydney Girls. In lane 3, another Pinball Ladies crew. Looks as though both Pinball Ladies crews at this stage of the race are leading back to the Sydney Girls in the middle of the course. You'd imagine that the crew in lane 1, which is closer to the Hunters Hill side of the river, will have an advantage coming back. Probably about a length or 2 in that left-hand turn. The wind slightly increased from about 7 kilometres per hour, coming about south to about 11 to 12 kilometres per hour at the moment. So that we should start to see the times quicken up a little bit, especially as we get to the larger boats. But currently it is the Pinball Ladies girl of Lola Barwick, Ellie Hennessy, Alice Beveridge, Amy O'Donnell, Annabelle Taylor, Cox, and coached by Sophia Carmody in lane 1, who are currently leading the race. back to the other Pimble Ladies crew in lane 3 of Esther Essie, Isabella Stally, Lauren Gibson, Alison Nand, coxed by Sophie Sutter and coached by Andrew Lee. Back to the Sydney Girls crew, rounding out the top 3 with Nazara Jones, Shalona Akaya, Vanessa Zeng, Olive Bilbao, coxed by Dana Moas and coached by Cameron Ogilvie. Exciting race unfolding before us. We've got the Pimble Ladies crew who are in lane 3, who have managed to get over the top of the other Pimble Ladies crew in lane 1. It's not often that we see crews that are going around the board, taking such a wide corner, come through and win a race. So fantastic row here from the Pimble Ladies girls. With a tailwind, you'd hope that they probably won't lose it from here. And it will be both Pimble Ladies crews coming through. But the Pimble Ladies crew out of lane 3, Esther Essie, Isabella Stally, Lauren Gibson, Alison Nand, coxed by Sophie Suter and coached by Andrew Lee, who will win the Schoolgirl U10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That's race 49.
It was good that the crews differentiated themselves with the caps. Very much like Godolphin racing technique there, I noticed.
Turning our attention now up the river, we've got the Schoolgirl U10 Cox Quad Scull, Division 1 of that. In lane 1, Pimble Ladies, and in lane 2, Sydney Girls. Had a great showing from both these schools today, so it's great to see the schoolgirls get involved in such a good regatta. The Pimble Ladies crew of Evie Leahy, Annabelle Shanahan, Erin Porter, Mika Naito, Matilde Goddard as the cox, and they're coached by Lewis Gray. And the Sydney girls to Alana Song, Noah Kepi, Annie Pham, Ariel Monagaya, Rebecca Moritz is the cox, and they're coached by Cameron Ogilvie. And it is the Pimble Ladies College crew that is currently in the lead. Coming around in lane 1, both crews will go inside the pylon and the buoy here. The big left-hand turns we've talked about can be a bit of an advantage if you've got the lead heading into that, but the racing start and the officials up there are doing a great job to start the race in a staggered position. So the crews in 3, 4 and 5 will be able to use or negate the advantage that you get from that big left-hand turn. And here's the Pimble crew looking very strong. Fantastic row. Looking incredibly smooth and crisp as their blade entry into the water and out of the water. Probably about 3 or 4 lengths you'd see between them and the Sydney Girls crew.
Josh, noticed that these quad sculls are bow coxed. Back in the day, they used to be stern coxed. Is that a recent innovation?
It's been around for a little while. It mostly depends on which manufacturer of boat you're going to go to. So you'll often see either or. Both have their advantages. Some coxswains like to yell, physically yell, to be front on, yell in the face of their stroke. But others feel that they can be able to get down and use the aerodynamics of being at the bow, be able to sit down and get in the boat and use that. Both of them have their advantages and have their disadvantages, but you'll see a myriad of both today.
Thank you for that.
And that's the Pymble Ladies School who have come through there to win that schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That's Evie Leahy, Annabelle Shanahan, Erin Porter, Mika Naito, Mathilde Goddard is the Cox, and they're coached by Lewis Gray. And that's Sydney girls just crossing the finish line right now. Congratulations, girls, on a great race.
Josh, just looking down here towards the river, having a look at the barbecue there. If someone's a bit peckish, they could get down there now. No waiting. Have you been there yet? You had a chance?
I haven't been there yet, but I can smell it. I'm drooling currently up here.
Yeah. Can we get a napkin for Josh here, please? We need a napkin.
Some questions a little bit earlier about some of the times. The A final there of the school's first 8. We've just got to. Was 4:20. St Ignatius did a 4:20. That's a very fast time over the 1400 metres. Shaw at 4:24. King's there at 4:30 in third, and then Newington 4:32. And 4:17 in their heat. I'm reliably informed by Josh. Joey's in the B final did a 4:31. So Scott's at 4:33. Grammar at 4:44. High at 5:03. Now, if these top 2 or 3 8s come back in the open 8s this afternoon, they'll be competitive at those times in the early 4s against the men's crews. And just looking at some times here in the second 8, Year 10 second 8, Kings did a 4:57, Newington a 5:05, Scott's a 5:16. Shaw did a slightly quicker time there at 4:52, and St Ignatius at 4:58. So that's going to be a pretty tight grouping there in the Year 10 second 8. In the Year 10 first 8, St Augustine's did a 4:51, Newington at 4:55, Riverview 4:53 and a 4:56 from Shaw. So going to be a couple of close finals there in the A final of the Year 10 first 8.
We're up to race 52 now, just coming past the men's Masters 8. As we said before, rowing is really a sport for all ages. We've got a wide variety of men rowing in this race that are all different ages. I see one that's a gentleman here that's 68 years old, still rowing. Fantastic to see that. That is the North Shore crew in lane 1 who went off at 11 seconds, being a handicap race, and Mossman, who are currently in the lead just in front of you, who went off go. There's this men's Mossman crew here that are going to come through. It's Mark Lawarne, Alexander Doidge, Richard Parry, Philip Graham, Michael Wenzel, Jose Maria Segula Agrai, Harry Fine, Mark Williams, and Cox by Chloe Jarita, winning the men's Masters 8 Division 1. Just finishing off the race now is the Mossman crew. There's the North Shore crew, mind you. Quan Ewan, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, Kieran Shakar, Jeffrey Beer, Mark Worrell, Tom Payton, and Cox by Jane Kavanagh. Congratulations, gents, and thank you for participating in what's been a great day so far. It's great to see people of all ages come down here and be part of the rowing. And so next race we've got the second division of the men's Masters 8. In lane 1 we've got North Shore, lane 2 North Shore, and lane 3 Abbotsford, all going off varying degrees of handicap times.
The handicapping system I find quite intriguing because I'm just having a look at this Abbotsford crew that's going off scratch, and I see 72, 70, 75, 76, 73, 71, 72, 72. I mean, wow. And they're the scratch boat. So we can only assume that the guys in the other boats are maybe novice rowers as adults, but it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because 28 seconds over 1,400 metres is a fair gap.
So the North Shore crew that went off 21 seconds, they're currently in the lead out of lane 2. But the Abbotsford crew who went off go, you'd imagine that after this left-hand turn, they may be able to catch them. It'll be a huge effort for them to do so. 21 and 28 seconds respectively for both North Shore crews.
I think the Ben's going to just get the lead crew home here. I don't think it's just, I mean, if they can close it out from here, the Abbotsford crew would be one of the great roads of all time. I just don't think they can get there.
Fantastic row from the North Shore crew, who've gone off 21 seconds. Eldest rower in that boat is 71 years old. Fantastic effort to see that even at that age, they're still able to compete and do incredibly well at a regatta like the Gold Cup. Great row here from the North Shore crew. Just gliding home, all at ease, very powerful through the water, but relaxed above the water. Looks like they're doing it very easily.
They call that the duck methodology, isn't it? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Fast through the water, slow up top. So congratulations to the North Shore crew. That's Derek Tarlington, Richard Sheldrake, James Badgery, Peter Horton, Simon Van Rizsewick, Nick Johnson, John Bruce Smith, Maximilian Ott, coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by John Gouvenet. Then followed by the North Shore crew, and then the Abbotsford crew. Big round of applause here for the Abbotsford crew. All of the gentlemen that are in the Abbotsford crew are all over 70 years old. Fantastic row. Incredible effort to see that rowing, you can still row throughout your entire lifetime.
Yeah, all those golfers should hang their heads in shame, I say.
Looks like we're away here in Heat 1 of the school boys fourth four. St Ignatius number 1 crew in 1, St Joseph's in 2, Sydney Grammar in 3. And those looking at the program, it's race 54 and we are on time, which is excellent. Starter's doing a great job up there today.
So given that the big 8s get through in about 4:20 to 4:30, what are these 4s going to knock over? Will they break 5 minutes, or are they going to be a wee bit outside of that?
They'll be a little bit outside, Michael. I think early 5s, 5:20, 5:10.
It'll be if they do get close to 5, I suppose it tells us that following breeze is freshening.
Looks like we've just got a row through here, Michael. I think there's only 2 crews in this race. No, I don't. Yeah, so it'll be a row through for really the crews from St Ignatius and Grammar here. Both of these crews will go into the A final this afternoon. We haven't seen a St Joseph's 4-4 up there. So that crew of St Ignatius, Shee Berry, Christo Blenky, Angus McCaffrey, Jeremy Holmes, Ryan McNulty's the Cox. They're coached by Huey Courts. St Joseph's Old Boys there, Huey Courts. Sydney Grammar crew, Raymond Lee, Rory Wall, Dominic Wee, Pavich Hornby, Maximilian Downey Twist is the Cox. So these two crews will go through to the final. It's St Ignatius comfortably in front, and this crew has been winning all their races this season. A very strong shed here at St Ignatius at the moment, and they are having a very good season. So it is the crew from St Ignatius holding a comfortable lead here in the first semi-final of the school's 4-4. As I mentioned, a very accomplished 4-4. They will go into the final this afternoon as fairly warm favourites. They're having a great season, very strong shed. Huey Courts doing a great job with these crews under the tutelage of Dan Noonan. And Sydney Grammar in second here. We do have the second heat out on the water, and it looks like we do have a full crew. So we've got 3 crews in the second heat. So it is the crew from St Ignatius College easing right down, enjoying their last 100 metres here. They will go into the final this afternoon. This crew of Berry, Blenky, McCaffrey, Holmes, McNulty, Holmes, coached by Huey Courts. Grammar will also go into the final this afternoon. Lee, Wall, Weave, Hornby, Downey, Twist. As Cox, they will go into the final as well. Fairly keen go on here for the second heat of the school's 4-4. First 2 crews to the A final. So we've got Shaw in lane 1. Kilton, Mitchell, Bergen, Beatar, Toby, Cochrane's the Cox. Kings in 2, Purdon, Miranda, Clark, Chatfield, Jones, Miller, coached by Jamie McDonald. And we've got the St Ignatius number 2 crew. Brown, Lenehan, Burgess, Harrop, Brasington's the Cox, and they're coached by Huey Courts.
Riverview crew here, high, wide and handsome on the Lane Cove side. Just starting to tuck in on that marker now. That'll be the line that Coxon looks to take. He'll try and get as close as that as he can. He will have to be on the Lane Cove side of that marker. Only 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2 can be between the pole and that centre course marker.
So it's St Ignatius and Shaw holding a slight advantage here back to the Kings crew. 2 crews will go through to the A final to join St Ignatius number 1 and the crew from Sydney Grammar. Shaw cornered nicely there and are probably on terms with St Ignatius. Kings now straightened and their strokes picked up another point or 2 in rating to try and chase down these first 2 boats, but we do have St Ignatius number 2 crew holding around about half a length to Shaw and then back to Kings. So St Ignatius number 2 crew and Shaw are neck and neck coming inside the last 100 metres. Both crews will go through to the A final. St Ignatius number 2 crew holding around about half a canvas to Shaw. Shaw crew's just backing off now. St Ignatius number 2 will go through to the final, as will the crew from Shaw. Kings in 3rd.
Peter, that's a very, very well coached boat, that. And how competitive is rowing here at Riverview? If that's your 2-4-4s competing that fiercely, that bodes very well for Riverview rowing, doesn't it?
It is there's a significant depth here, and that crew from St Ignatius, Brown, Lenehan, Burgess, Harrop, Will Brasington's the Cox. They're coached by Huey Courts. Crew from Shaw, Curtin, Mitchell, Bergen, Beatar, Toby Cochrane's the Cox. Kings in 3rd, Purdon, Miranda, Clark, Chatfield, Jones, Miller. Jamie McDonald's the coach. I will check with the officials because there's only 5 crews have rowed that 4-4. They may very well have an outright final. So we've got the school's 3rd floor coming down. Got 3 crews in this race. We've got St Joseph's here in lane 1. Newington in 2, Grammar in 3. Some early steering issues up there I can see at the top of the course there. Grammar sort of moving across into Shaw's line, into Newington's line. I suspect the official's just going to straighten them up a little bit there. They're all sort of moving down to, I guess, the Woolwich side of the course, and that would be the way the breeze is pushing them. No, it's Grammar. So although he's crossed in front there, the Grammar Cox, now he's been pushed back out to the middle of the course by the official.
The etiquette there, Peter, if I'm correct, is you've got to be a boat length clear before you can take ground. Is that right?
That's correct, but he's still going to have to go through the buoy on the first side. So the official got close to them there. I don't think there was any bumping, but they've all got clear water now. They've all got a fair chance. St Joseph's just minding their business down there in lane 1.
Yeah, that coxswain's got his laser right on the turning mark.
Because the temptation would be to follow the yellow buoys in, which would be very dangerous because those buoys are moving with the breeze and the tide.
The yellow buoys marking the side of the course, is that a recent innovation here? I think they were here last year, but honestly, I don't remember them before that.
No, I think you're right. Last few years, it also helps contain the very large spectator craft that are gradually gathering around that turning pole and down the course. Always always an attractive alternative to bring these big boats down here and put some supporters on. They really enjoy. They usually have great days out.
How good is that King's leisure craft over there? Colour coordinated. It's just exceptional.
They do look very comfortable over there. They'll give us a wave in a moment if they're watching the live stream. But it is St Joseph's and Grammar here holding an advantage back to Newington. Grammar have sort of been all over the course, but they've got enough momentum just to be holding off Joey's at the moment. Joey's Cox now lining himself up for the turn. So this is race 56, yes, heat 1 of the school's third 4. You're going to tell me. So as they turn for home here, 250 metres to go. Grammar holding a slight advantage to St Joseph's, who have taken advantage of that corner. Come alongside Grammar, but Grammar aren't giving this up easily at all, and in fact have probably taken another quarter of a length here on St Joseph's. We've just sort of missed a few strokes there, Joey. They just sort of got mired in on the corner, although they may very well be just backing off the rate here.
I'll tell you what, the streaming coverage is a little bit deceptive. It looked as though Joey's was in front there, but to the naked eye, you could clearly see that Grammar had a good length on them. And I think they're going to hold this here. Maybe Joey's surging now.
So Joseph's a settle
might
and
just wake
coming
him
back.
up a bit.
Grammar have sort of rode all over the course today. They've probably rode another 100 metres more than Joey's and are going to hold on and win this. Very good performance by the Grammar third 4. They will go into the A final, as will the crew from St Joseph's. Newington in third will go through to the B final. So that's St Joseph's crew of Cairns, Watt, Goss, Kalingio, Mulders is the Cox, and they're coached by Matt Courtney. Sydney Grammar, Kelly, Sanderson, Warren, Potter, Marcus Shipway's the Cox. Newington just crossing the line there in third. Wadland, Brockman, Tompkins, Phillips, Henry, coached by Sam Bristow and Callum Latham. And we've got the second heat of the school third 4 on the course. We've got Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, St Ignatius in 3. So Joey's and Grammar will go through to the A final. It's going to be another keenly run race here. Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, St Ignatius in 3. This St Ignatius crew have had a very successful season thus far and are holding a slight lead at the moment back to the crew from Shaw and then Kings in third. So St Ignatius in front, holding around, probably taking that lead out to about a length now at about the halfway point. Huey Court's doing a great job with this crew. That's school third for Riverview. Bannerman, Turner, Fleming, Simon. Harrison Bunis is the Cox. They're coached by Huey Courts. Shaw crew of McFarlane, Stacker, Kingdom, Hebblewhite. Charlie Wars the Cox. Kings in third player. Gnarly, Jelinek, Masters, Collins. Gerber's the Cox. Coached by Nicholas Jones. Probably not a good idea for that water taxi to be on the course at the moment, I wouldn't think. Given the fact there's a boat race coming down.
We've seen some great work from that water taxi already today. Down here on the finishing line, he was magnificent.
So it is St Ignatius in front. Kings and Shaw are chasing them, but St Ignatius look reasonably comfortable in front. Doesn't seem to be any panic in the boat. They're going to take the wide line around the corner. Again, the St Ignatius coxswains should know this course very well. It's probably Kings that's pushed through in the middle there, Michael.
I'd agree with that. I'm wondering if
that'll be the challenge to St Ignatius.
Do we think the going here's changing a little bit, and it's potentially now not disadvantageous to be on this side of the course? Or maybe it's just the boats, but it doesn't seem to be that bias to the Woolwich Hunters Hill side anymore.
So they've straightened now, and this Riverview third four, who I mentioned earlier, are having a very successful season. Plenty of depth in this Riverview shed, and they've found another half a length here. Got some nervous spectators in front of me here watching as they come down the water here, but they're looking pretty comfortable. Kings have probably found a quarter of a length inside the next 100 metres, but St Ignatius crew just finding another gear there. They're holding around about half a length.
I'm saying going to the line well held here. They're
underpointing the Kings crew by about a point or two. So
lovely control. They know their boats. Yeah, they're beautiful.
That's a very good row by school third four. Kings chase them all the way down, but St Ignatius and Kings will go through to the 8th final. They'll get to do it all again this afternoon, and then back to the crew from Shaw in third. So that St Ignatius crew of Luke Bannerman, Gabriel Turner, Samuel Fleming, Jack Simon, Harrison Bunis is the Cox. They're coached by Huey Courts. Kings, Gabriel Gnarly, Ryan Jelinek, Angus Masters, Will Collins, Otto Gerber. Nicholas Jones is the coach. Shaw crew of Aidan McFarlane, Nick Stacker, Lewis Kingdom, Jack Helblewhite, Charlie Wars the Cox. School's second four coming down the river now. We've got St Joseph's in 1, Sydney Grammar in 2, St Ignatius in 3.
Still plenty of chats coming through on the via the live streaming. Question here was someone was asking about the wind, and it definitely has picked up. And as we say, we're looking for these times to get faster as the day kicks on. Someone else asked about what you could do in terms of on the river. Now, if you're a length clear, you can take the water. But you are guided by the umpire. So if the umpire says you can't take the water, you can't cut across. And then, in theory, you could take the sit and you could block the run. But we haven't, given that most races today have only had 3 boats in it, we haven't seen much of that happen yet. But it is open water racing, which is very different from what they do up at Cirque, where you're in your lane and you hold your spot.
So Dottie's right, this wind is strengthening. It's going to make for some fast rowing, but also good technical rowing later on today, because downwind these boats go faster. The oarswomen as well, the pressure's on for good clean work. But this St Ignatius second four have had a very good season, like its third and fourth four, and they're comfortably in front here in the heat of the school's second four. St Ignatius out here in lane 3. That's the crew of Gooden, Sullivan, Whittaker, Walker, Horden Smith, the Cox. They're coached by Joe Beaucaire. Back to St Joseph's in lane 1, Ashby, Moore, Courtney, Hannon, Yates is the Cox, coached by Tom Morgan. Grammar in 3rd, Williams, Fifield, Pepper, Al Young and Berrer is the Cox.
In the free seat of the Riverview boat, I see Walter Walker there. His father was part of that very successful Riverview boat, along with Dan Noonan. Back was that 97? Was that the year
that won the Gold Cup?
That actually won the Gold Cup. So, and of course he's got some cousins rowing here as well by the name of Kelly. So pretty strong representation, all emanating out of the great town of Burrawa.
Oh yeah. And a call out from anyone in regional New South Wales or anyone around Australia watching the live stream. I know we do have plenty of supporters watching this. It's a great way to bring it into your living room. My understanding is in Central West, outer West New South Wales today, it's 41, 42 degrees. A lot of people getting off the property and hopefully getting into some air conditioning and watching some competitive rowing. But this is a very good St Ignatius second four. They've had a very good season. They've had a few crew changes this week. Haven't had too many sessions together. But they are leading this race.
Well, you know, let's be honest, Pete. They're brilliantly coached. I mean, there's nothing else to it. He's a freak, the kid who's coaching them.
So St Ignatius will go through and they will head into the A final. It's a very, very nice looking second four.
I tell you what, they've eaten all their wheat bix. Look how tall they are.
James Gooden, Liam Sullivan, Maxwell Whittaker, Walter Walker, Lachlan Horden-Smith, the Cox. Joe Beaucaire is the coach. St Joseph's, Kobe Ashby, Max Moore, Walter Courtney, Ben Hannon, Jonathan Yates is the Cox, Tom Morgan's the coach. And Grammar will come third in this race. Sam Williams, James Fifield, Curtis Pepper, Elliot Ayong, Ian Burer is the Cox. So Joey's and Riverview will go through to the A final this afternoon in the school's second four. We've got the heat number 2 on the course at the moment. That's the crew from Grammar just crossing the line now. We've got the school's second four, heat 2 on the water at the moment. Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, Newington in 3. Fairly keenly run race here. There's not much between these three crews. Newington have had a reasonably good season this second four. They usually get off to bright starts, and this is no different. They're probably holding a slight advantage back to the crews from Kings and Shaw. Shaw there in 1, Kings in 2 in the middle of the court.
Just for those that like to keep an eye on times, that Riverview boat, Joey Beaucaire's second four there, knocked out a 5:20, which was about 10 seconds faster than the third fours. So that's tapping along nicely. And from where we're watching, well held.
So we've got Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, Newington in 3. Shaw's probably holding a slight advantage here, but Newington have still rode a fairly bold race out there, just getting a little whippy there as they've asked for an effort there, probably at the 500 metre mark. Just kicking off a bit of wash there on the bow side, whereas Kings and Shaw have sort of raced against each other down here in lane 1 and 2 with a slight advantage. Yeah, Shaw have rode a good middle third of that race and are holding off Newington, Kings. They're getting close together, Newington and Kings here.
I fancy Shaw on straightening here. I think they're just going to take that bend and then just balance up and be gone.
Newington's just been forced a little wider here on the corner to go around that buoy, which sort of helped Kings there in that middle lane. Shaw have rode a very, very good race down there. in lane 1 and have turned in front and are heading for home.
I'm going to say that's the best coxswain effort we've seen so far today. Beautiful work by the shore coxswain there.
Yeah, I wonder if Sammy Walker's doing some work with the shore coxswains over there. Great coxswain himself.
He went okay back in the day, didn't he?
He could cox, Sammy Walker. Call out to him. He's probably back at home now with his feet up if his quads have all finished. But it is shore in front in the second heat of the school's second 4. Newington are starting to come back on Kings now as they've straightened up. But Shaw holding a comfortable lead, just looking to see, and they've backed right off on the rate now. Nice controlled rate inside the last 100 metres, as did the St Ignatius crew in the heat before. They're probably rating 26 or 27. They're going to save their beans for this afternoon. Shaw will win the second heat. They will go through to the A final. Kings will come second, and they will go as well into the A final. And Newington will head to the B final this afternoon in the school's second 4. So that's Shaw, Gillian, Mendel, Watson, Kenny, Alex Bishops, the Cox, Kings, Deacon, Hirsch, Schultz, Payne, O'Shea, Jack Cook's the coach, and the Newington crew of Armitage, Cooper, Kinley side, Morsley, Iliopoulos, and the coach is Stuart McDonald. So we've got the school's first 4 on the river at the moment. Sorry, Dottie. Got 5 crews in this race, and only 2 of them will go through to the A final. We've got Grammar in 1, St Ignatius in 2, Newington in 3, St Joseph's in 4, St Augustine's in 5. Expect to see a bold showing from this St Augustine's crew out here in 5, winners of the New South Wales Championships last week. And a couple in that boat were also in the winners of the World Youth Championship. So some high quality rowers in that crew, and a very well credentialed crew. The challenge to the St Augustine's crew is probably coming from the crew from St Ignatius in 2, who have had a very good start. It looks like they're front-loading their effort in this race to stick with the crew from St Augustine's, who I mentioned are a world-class quality crew.
Looking at the water conditions now, Peter, it definitely looks on straightening here once they get past the turning marker, that you're really getting a big pickup here. So if you can head them off, you're just about home on turning. So it's going to take a good crew to chase them down over the last 300.
About equal. You might be a point higher. Newington's higher in the middle, but they're just turning water. So you've got a high quality crew out here in the far lane. The people in the grandstand are getting a very good look at this. We've got St Augustine's in front. St Ignatius is going to cross now. There he is. The Cox is going to take his line. And we might see these 2 high-quality first 4s battle it out over the next 250 metres. Yeah.
She was a lot of rudder there, wasn't it? You could see the rudder mark as he switched
So
it.
St Augustine's in front. St Ignatius chasing them bravely down the course. And that's Newington in 3rd, back to St Joseph's and Grammar. St Ignatius now levelling out, trying to chase St Augustine's, but this is a high quality crew. As I mentioned earlier, there's 2 world champions in this crew and they are rowing accordingly. St Augustine's in front. St Ignatius now taking clear water off the rest of the crew. They've got within maybe a length and a half of them. Neither crew. Crew's rating similar, around 29. Just scored another point. St Augustine's just, it's an excellent first four. St Augustine's will win the second heat. Win the first heat of the school's first four. St Ignatius College will run a very brave second to a high quality crew. Back to the crew from Newington, then St Joseph's, and then Grammar.
It's not beyond, those couple of the kids in that St Augustine's boat we could see at the Olympics. Maybe not next year, but certainly
Absolutely.
LA 28 or Brisbane
Absolutely.
32, yeah.
That is a high quality crew.
Yeah.
The second heat.
So about 2 seconds between Riverview in the first heat and Shaw in the second heat of the second four. So Shaw rode a 5:22. A 5:20. Riverview rode a 5:20 in their heat.
Okay, so we've got results there in the schools. First four through to the final will be the crew from St Augustine, St Pierre, Potts, Mackenzie, Lynch, Taylor's the Cox, coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark. Back to St Ignatius in second, Waldron, Harrison, here, Hartman, Raise the Cox, coached by Jobo Kerr. Newington in third, Martin, Bergen, Cameron Tavendale, Harvey Carnegie, Bowen Keegan's the Cox, coached by Stuart McDonald. Back then to St Joseph's, Taylor, Foster, Callan and Deegan. Bruins the Cox, coached by Tom Morgan. And Sydney Grammar in fifth there. Lidgas, Van Aers, Hewen, Johnston, Abel Saeed's the Cox. So St Ignatius and St Augustine's go through to the first four final. A final, B final will be Joey's, Newington and Grammar will go to that B final. So we've got the second heat of school's first four coming down the river now. High in one, Shaw in two, Kings in three, Scots in four. And the Shaw Kings and Scots have sort of pulled away from High there. High in one is sort of back a little bit.
Peter, you've got to compliment all the work that the Coxons have done today, haven't you? I mean, that was 5 boats across the river. They all did very, very well there.
Absolutely.
No clashing, no scenes from Viking movies, anything like that.
Exactly. And great effort there by the officials to keep them all in those lanes coming down the river.
Okay. Here's a point of relativity now that we're into the first fours. That St Augustine's boat knocked that over. And again, the conditions can be freshening, so we're not always looking at like for like here. But they've rode a 5:04.75. St Ignatius have rode a 5:10.76. So there's your gap between your first and second fours.
So the battle here is in probably the centre of the course here to meet St Ignatius and St Augustine's in the final. Crew from Shaw holding a slight lead. It's Jock Fenwick, Rory Hall, James Collier, Jordan Elliott, Sam Warburton's the Cox. Kings, Oscar Petrus, Grayson Odbert, Louis Todd, Ethan Zoo, Fergus Lawson's the Cox. They're coached by Jack Cook. Scott's in third there, Edison Lowe, Johnny Tapper, Ethan Kligman, Oscar Levy. Zakin Hishwell's the Cox. They're coached by Jason Baker. And back to fourth in Sydney Boys High, that's Aditya Sharma, Daniel DaCosta, Kridaya Singh, Samuel Yun, and Patrick Chen is the Cox.
Pete, live streaming service going a treat. We've had call-outs from Gundagai and Gundawindi.
Excellent. So, again, we called out to Regional Australia. Fantastic. I hope they're enjoying the coverage. It's probably a great deal warmer there where it is here. We've got a little bit of a nor'easterly, but hope you're relaxing with a cold drink and maybe some air conditioning or the fan on. But it is the crew from Shaw in front, they will head into the A final, as will the crew from Kings. So this Shore crew, not far off the crew from St Ignatius in last week's New South Wales Championships. They both ran third and fourth to the crew from St Augustine's last week. So it is Shore lengthening out in the shadows of the post. They found another 3 lengths over the Kings crew. Shore will go through to the A final, as will Kings, who have really eased down to around about 23 or 24, and Scott's in third. Sorry, I'll turn it back on. Sorry. Just talking to myself there. The mic was off. So
It was very entertaining.
Shore and Kings will go through to the A final. Scots and High will go to the B final. So that A final, the school's first four, will be Shore, Kings, St Augustine's and St Ignatius. Now, we've got the school's third 8 on the course, Dottie, and I think this is an A final. We've got 2 St Ignatius crews and 2 St Joseph's crews in this race. And the St Ignatius number 1 crew is taking a clear lead as they turn the corner from the St Joseph's crew. That St Ignatius crew of Lespino, Wrightson, White, McConnell, Matthew, Webb, Maguire, Shell. De La Carey is the coxer, coached by David Hogan. The St Joseph's crew, their number 1 crew coming second. Ferrara, Peters, Gambrel, Lachlan James, Jimmy Ford, Oscar Kokowski, Jasper Smeaton. Natawai Chow is the coxswain, coached by the legendary K.C. McRae.
I thought he'd retired as well.
Well, he's back. I did see him at a regatta last week. He's looking great, the great man. St Joseph's number 2 crew is third at the moment. Williams, Ward, Searle, Nevitt, Hartley, Livingston, Bell, Wan, Barnes. And then back to the St Ignatius number 2 crew, Ryan Kennedy, McCleary, Boyd, Patterson, Polich, Thomas, Hallam, Monroe, and they're coached by George Davis. But it is the St Ignatius number 1 crew with a comfortable lead here in the school's third 8. And again, reflective of the depth in St Ignatius rowing. That is a high-quality third 8.
It really is. For a third 8, that's a very well coached boat. They're fantastic.
So they've won by 3 lengths to a very strong and well-coached Joey's crew. That's no mean feat. Then back to the Joey's number 2 crew. And then back to the crew from St Ignatius. So St Ignatius number 1, Luca Lespina, Hugo Wrightson, Judah White, Jack McConnell, William Matthew, Arthur Webb, Patrick Maguire, Thomas Shell, Aladdin De La Carey, and they're coached by David Hogan. They are winners of the school's third 8, and I'm sure they'll come around and pick up their silver oars at some stage. So congratulations to the crew from St Ignatius.
Just for those interested in framing markets for the Uralla Cup in a few weeks' time, in that heat, Shore and Review Road at the same time, 5:10. So maybe the bookies will wind Shore in a bit and maybe just ease the Review boys out a point.
Maybe so, Michael, maybe so. So we've got school's second 8 on the water. We've got St Ignatius in 1, Newington in 2, St Joseph's in 3, Sydney Grammar in 4. 2 crews through to the final. This keenly run race here. We've got St Ignatius in 1, probably just just shading Newington in 2 and St Joseph's in 3. All 3 boats are really going full bore here. They know the pressure on for the first 2 going through the final, and this will be a tightly run race. St Ignatius are having a very good season in the second 8, but at the moment it is the crew from Shore who are... Sorry, it's the crew from Newington who are putting the pressure on them in this first 500 metres. So Newington slightly shading St Ignatius. St Joseph's in 3rd. St Ignatius now putting in effort as they come to the corner. This Newington crew is taking the line, the coxswain that was owed to him. These crews are going to get very tight, but they have turned just in front of the crew from St Ignatius, and St Joseph's in 3rd. Newington in front. St Ignatius now lifting their rate to challenge, although it does look like both crews have Joey's comfortably covered here. Both these crews will go through to the A final unless something disastrous happens in the next 200 metres. Newington's in front, and they're holding around about a canvas to the crew from St Ignatius. Plenty of run in this Newington boat. Rating about a point higher than St Ignatius. And they're holding them by around about a canvas. It's a nicely rowed race by the crew from Newington. They will win the first heat of the school's second 8. Back to St Ignatius in 2nd, St Joseph's in 3rd, and Grammar in 4th.
Good race there. I think both crews left a little bit. So, as Josh is saying, the Newington Cox, beautiful line on turning. That probably got them the race. Otherwise, there's not much between those 2 boats.
Agreed with that, agreed. So the Newington crew, Hunter Elliott, James Blakeman, Alexander Tetley, Mark Gralakis, William Chandler, Anders Costello, Leo Grippy, Finn Grove, Will Nicholas is the cox. They're coached by Will Anders. St Ignatius in 2nd there. They'll also go through to the A final. Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterton, Jude Smith, Angus McKinnon, Phoenix Graham, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Sebastian Zuckerman, Connor Eager, Edward Thorpe's the cox, and they're coached by Gareth Deacon. St Joseph's in 3rd. They'll go through to the B final. Harper Timms, Ollie Baxter, Grant Dreyer, Nicholas Newsom, Liam Massey, Matt Moulders, Xavier Ball, Darcy Williams, Benjamin Clark's the cox. They're coached by Michael Lane and David Geely. Grammar in 4th there. Alexander Mudry, Luke Thurgood, Michael Hugh, Rory Lambert, Tobias, Wilma, Alessandra Stallone, Nicholas Ryan, Lachlan Strollers, Paul Brudakis is the cox. Second heat of the second 8 on the water. Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, Scots in 3, High in 4. Again, expect the battle to be probably between Shaw and Kings here in 1 and 2. Scots in 3, and then back to High in 4.
Sure look pretty comfortable here, a long way from home. So they must have gotten a really good jump. That's because I reckon they got a length on Kings here.
It's a strong Shaw second 8. Had good showing up there on the river the last couple of weeks up at Cirque that I noticed. Holding a pretty good lead over Kings. Both crews now picking up their rate as they head for the corner. Coxswain's usually asking for a little bit more pressure on the bow side to assist with the corner, but it is a comfortable lead here from the crew from Shore. Holding probably a length and a half to Kings, who are probably another length in front of Scots as they turn, then back to the crew from Sydney High. You get ready to do the opens. You do the opens. Yep. So as we come down the river now, Shaw holding a very comfortable lead here in the second heat of the school second eight. They will also go through to the A final. That's a crew of Bennett, Smith, Marshall, Mulbauer, McFarlane, Hebblewhite, Muffet, Cameron, Longstaff is the Cox. Back to Kings, Whalen, Zagus, McLean, Waite, McKenna, Wickham, Wong, Davis. Galvins is the Cox. They're coached by Harrison Randell and Stephen Edwards. Scott's in third. They will go through to the B final. Gazarden, Prado, Brand, Halliday, Hart, Linton, Duffy, Sturmboli, Moore, Conrad Lowe's the Cox, Jason Baker's the coach. And Sydney boys high on the river about 150 metres ago. That's Johnson, Wong, Waxman, Ewan, Wang, Lee, Russley, Tran, Isaiah Park is the Cox. We've got the men's open eights on the water at the moment. I'll switch over to Josh, who'll call the heats of the men's open eights.
Isn't Pete doing a great job?
Here. Thanks, Peter. So we've got the heat one of the men's open eight. In lane one, we've got St Ignatius College. We've got UTS, and then in lane two, St Ignatius. Lane three, Sydney Rowing Club, and lane four, Sydney University. So that's 3 university crews and 1 schoolboy crew, being the St Ignatius crew in lane 2.
Just running through the program here, plenty of names jump right off the page at us. We note we assume he's rowing. In the bow seat of the UTS boat is Harry Curtin, brother of the Riverview coach in Matthew. Then looking down at that Sydney Uni crew, pick up some names there. There's quite a few winners of Head of the River there, from what I can see. I think Edward Nuts won Ahead of the River. I think Hamish Danks won Ahead of the River. Lockie Miles won Ahead of the River, didn't he? And certainly Marcus Britt won Ahead of the River. So, and I'm probably doing a disservice to quite a few others there as well. But it's it's great to see people that keep at the sport after they get out of school.
Absolutely.
So many of them just get off on their last day and that's it. You never see them again. Anyway, Josh, you better call this in because this is going to be a good go.
It looks as though the Sydney Rowing Club currently hold the lead to UTS number 2 crew, with St Ignatius in lane 2 coming back to third. So just a reminder, everyone, the top 5 fastest crews from both heats progress to the final here. So regardless of the result in this race, if one of the crews rows faster than the other crews in the second heat, they will progress to the final. But it will be Sydney Rowing Club here, currently out in first place, back to UTS, who are putting a push on with St Ignatius back there in their distinct yellow boat coming through. Sydney Uni, apologies. They've come across over, did they? So it's Sydney University coming through in first place, back to UTS, then back to St Ignatius, then to Sydney Rowing Club. But it will be Sydney University, the winner of the men's Open 8 first heat. And as we said before, the fastest 5 crews from these 2 heats will progress to the final. So we'll deliver the times to you when we've got them first officially, once this race has come through. But this is the last race before we are breaking for a lunch break, before we return to you at 1:30 p.m. But this is heat 2 of the men's Open 8. And as I said before, it's the fastest 5 crews that will progress to the final.
Josh, just noting that the smart folk have gotten down to that barbecue before the rush. It does look good down there.
Also a reminder, they're doing a bake sale down there, so if you've got a little bit of a sweet tooth, please feel free to wander down. All the proceeds go to the Riverview Bursary Foundation. So the race coming down, the men's Open 8 Heat 2. In lane 1, we've got Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 2, St Joseph's College. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club again. And in lane 4, another UTS crew. So again, mirroring the first race that came through, only 1 schoolboy crew against the 3 club crews. That's St Joseph's and St Ignatius. And so hard to separate all 4 now, but it'll be a very tight race here. Once again, a few names that are leaping off the page, like Rory Menzies and MacArthur Bucknell. All have rowed and won Head of the Rivers for various GPS schools at their time here, so it's great to see them come back and supporting the rowing program here.
Charlie Hines stroking that.
Which boat?
That Sydney crew, but I can't see his name.
But it's the Sydney rowing crew coming down, maybe in lane 1, that will have an advantage over the UTS crew, who seems to be in the lead currently, out in lane 4, so that's closest to the Longueville Wharf side. The St Joseph's crew, very close to that Sydney Rowing Club crew, but the other Sydney Rowing Club crew next to them on the Longueville side seems to be keeping a pace with the UTS crew. But it will be a very tight race, and we'll have more clear of a picture once they round the bend. But it's looking as though at this point it's Sydney Rowing Club UTS out in lane 1, who've currently got the lead, followed by Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, who may have an advantage coming around the bend. And UTS have cut the corner. UTS Coxon taking all of the water he can there just to cut off the crew behind him. But as we stated before, if there is clear water behind them, they are entitled to do that as long as they're not impeding them or there's at risk of any collision. But coming down here, it looks like it's going to be a sprint for the finish between UTS and Sydney Rowing Club. UTS have a slight advantage, maybe half a boat length. Incredibly crisp rowing. Once we've always said, the powerful boat just lifting out of the water, allowing the boat to run along the water.
Definitely a couple of points higher here than the previous heat, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I think the black and the white have got this.
Yep, UTS currently in the lead, but Sydney Rowing Club putting in a last final effort to wind down the clock to see how much they can get through. As we said, it's the top 5 fastest crews. We've got a neck-and-neck race here for UTS and Sydney Rowing Club. I've got UTS just slightly ahead by a barrel, with Sydney Rowing Club putting on a final effort.
The finish favours the outside boat, or the Hunters Hill side boat. I think Yellow Boat got that. Oh, that was close.
That is close. So once again, we'll report to you once the times come through. It is the fastest 5 times, but it is the other Sydney Rowing Club boat, followed by a valiant St Joseph's crew, who are the only schoolboy rowing crew in this race. Congratulations on a fantastic race. Once we get the results through, we'll tell you who's made the final. So we are having a lunch break now until 1:30. Racing will resume at 1:30 p.m. So thank you very much for all those that have come down and visited. We are just waiting on the results of these last 2 8 races. But we will see you at 1:30 after we've given you these results.
Okay, we're back. Josh is going to give us the times for both those heats. Shoot, Josh.
In the first heat of the men's Open 8, we had Sydney Uni with a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds, UTS with a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds, St Ignatius with a time of 4:27.04, and then the Sydney Rowing Club with a time of 4:30. In the second heat, it was UTS with a time of 4:16, the Sydney Rowing Club with a time of 4:17, and the other Sydney crew going through with 4:26.50. So just confirming there that it'll be Sydney University, UTS, and the 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews going through. St Ignatius missing out by 0.5 of a second.
Is that a bow ball? I don't think it's even a bow ball. It's probably half a bow ball.
Good afternoon, everybody, and hope everybody's enjoying the Gold Cup, the 139th Gold Cup. Just a quick announcement from the Riverview Parents and Friends Association cake stall. For anybody who is interested in something from the cake stall, all items on the cake stall are now $1. So if you'd like something after your barbecue lunch from the Old Boys Barbecue, all the slices and muffins and all the good tasty items from the cake stall just down there on the wharf are now $1. So please make your way down and enjoy those treats. Thank you. And all the funds, just a reminder, all the funds from the cake stall today will be going towards the Riverview bursary program. And so it's a very good cause. So if you are feeling like something after lunch, yeah, all the funds raised today go to the Riverview bursary program. Thank you.
Yep. All right, we're away here in the B final of the schools Year 10, second 8. We've got Scott's in lane 2 and Joey's in lane 3.
Peter, how was your lunch?
Lovely, lovely. Very nice rolls and a wrap and something cool to drink. Michael, it was very nice. Yourself?
It looked very pleasant. Just really enjoying the breeze coming off the water here. Just noting as well that you couldn't describe the course as glassy anymore, could you?
No.
It's roughed up a fair bit here. So
tide's heading out, which is making it interesting.
You reckon it's
for them?
heading out or in? I'm saying it's probably at low and it's just about done.
Might be on the turn, Michael.
We'll get a bit of local knowledge here. Stand by.
Someone will tell us. Someone will volunteer. Keep those messages coming in too on the board there. Had a little bit of internet problem, so but hopefully we've caught up now. So this is the Year 10 second 8. This is the B final. These crews are about, I reckon they're 100 metres apart. We've got one, they started in lanes 2 and 3, but one's gone to 1, which is Scott's, and Joey's has gone out to 4.
Oh, I'm going to say 5.5, Peter. They're way out there.
He's seeking the firmer going out wide, and
I wonder if they had words at the start line and they're just
Maybe.
not talking to one another anymore.
maybe. I think it might be Jimmy Tate and the umpire's boat is sort of bringing them back closer together.
I think hasn't Jim taken over the starting duties for the finals, I think?
He's very much generalist, Michael. He could be doing anything up there. Just Scott's crew's actually really knuckled down on their work here, and they've probably stolen around about 3/4 of a length on Joey's here at about the halfway mark. Joey's gradually moving now inside the course.
Well, they're getting a very good look at Northwood real estate
They
more
do.
than anything else, aren't they? So
There's plenty of evaluation going on there, although now, as they've come closer to Scott's, they can see them now, the rowers, I guess, in their peripheral vision, but Scott's crew just minding their own business in lane 1. Probably taking another half length there in that 100 metres. Temptation there in lane 1 is to follow those yellow buoys inside the pole, so it's done well, this coxswain from Scott's, just keeping them off that inside edge of the course. Plenty of spectators' boats all the way up there. We've got spectators' boats from really the 500 metre mark in. Join them. They'll gradually come back out on the various balconies. Many of them are sending messages that they've been live streaming it out on the boats. Hello to you all, and hello to those live streaming around regional New South Wales. And nationally, we're getting calls from Queensland and all sorts of places. People are really enjoying it. So it's Scots that have turned the corner in front and comfortably ahead in the B final of the Year 10 second 8. Found another 2 or 3 points in rate and are really going to have a very comfortable victory here.
these are the sort of races that if you're in the Scots boat there, you're enjoying yourself. You're going, how much fun is rowing?
Exactly,
This is great.
right. So this Scots crew of Alexander Reid, Lachlan Hermans, Sion Stamboli, Geordie Mitchell, Charlie Smart, Charlie Burke, Jock Sides, Matthew All Graham, Samuel Doolan's a coxswain, they're coached by Ed Manton. They will go on and win by a considerable margin, the B final. St Joseph's will run second. That's Charles Duncan, Byron Matheson, Matthew Rees, John Toohey, Declan Alexandru, Hugh Bennett, Antonio Field, Archer Crawford. Vincent Cerrone is the coxswain. They're coached by Dion Batiga. So well done to those two, the first B final. We've got the final of the U10 second 8. The A final coming down the course now. We're going to have St Ignatius in 1, Kings in 2, Shaw in 3 and Newington in 4. Apologies if we don't get the names right in these crews. We know coaches can change crews late. We're only going off what's on the program, and sometimes the programs are only done the Wednesday or the Thursday before the regatta. I know some of these coaches make late decisions, so apologies if we do not read your son or daughter's name out over the course of the afternoon. So, St Ignatius in 1, Kings in 2, Shaw in 3, Newington in 4.
Pete, just looking at the monitor here, I'm going to say looking like Shaw in 3 might have the lead just here, and Newington in 4 not far away from them. Again, let's not forget the camber at the start where the outside lanes are in front of them. lanes 1 and 2. So they still might be just shaking off that effect. But,
So, rolling a strong race here. Are these Shaw and Newington crews? You're right, Michael, on the far side of the course. Settling down to their work now, this Shaw crew. Shaw crew in front, it's Hamish Wade, Caleb Jones, Joshua Frape, Charlie Amati, James Bestick, Ollie Harvey, Lachlan Paris, Jasper Holstead, and Will Gandy's the Cox. It's probably Newington at the moment in second there. Lockie Brown, Ricardo White, Nathan Perkins, Mika Koskela, Toby Webb, Ewan Gleeson, Connor Mosley, Angus Cirillo, Henry Lee's the Cox. Probably back to St Ignatius at the moment in third, although they are closing. That's Will Peterson, William Van Rieseek, Samuel O'Brien, George Tancred, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson, Maximilian Burke, George Field, Michael Gordon's the Cox. They're coached by Simon Kanderas. And the King's crew, Finn Swift, Chase Scott, Rory Rangaswamy, Sturliot Harriet, Thomas Duffy, Oscar Todd, Rory Crocker, Jet Thomas, Oscar Hills the Cox, coached by Jock Steele Park.
Pete, that young Tancred boy in that, his uncle, Damien Tancred, wonderful rower here, back in the Charlie Rowe era, rode in the 91 and 92 Riverview Senior 8s, and was a fairly handy 800-metre runner as well.
Okay.
Or as they say in the classics, they're all the Tancreds there, the pride of Orange.
Is that right? So again, call out to anyone in regional New South Wales watching it. Warm day out there. Shaw have turned in front. The challenge will come from the St Ignatius crew in lane 1. They've come inside both the Kings and the Newington crews. Shaw getting a good boost along there by one of the spectators' boats there around about the 120, 150 metre mark. It's Shaw in front. They've got the look back on all three crews. They're rating about a point higher than their neighbours. Riverview have come through in second at the moment, but it is this Shaw second year 10-8. They've found another quarter of a length there and have moved clearly away. Shaw will win the A final of the Year 10 Second 8 by a length and a quarter back to the crew from St Ignatius College, then Newington in third and then Kings in fourth. So congratulations to that Shaw school crew. Hamish Wade, Caleb Jones, Joshua Frape. I'm pretty sure young Kellett's in that crew today, whose grandfather is Anthony Joseph, who rode at St Joseph's in the 60s. I'm aware of that. Jamie Bestick, Ollie Harvey, Charlie Amati, Lachlan Paris, Jasper Halstead, Will Gandy is the Cox. St Ignatius second there, Will Pedersen, William Van Rieseek, Samuel O'Brien, George Tancred, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson, Maximilian Burke, George Field. Cox by Michael Gordon, coached by Simon Kanderas. In third place there was the crew from Newington, Lockie Brownrigg, Carter White, Nathan Perkins, Micah Koskela, Toby Webb, Ewan Gleeson, Connor Mosley, Angus Cirillo, Henry Lee's the Cox. We've got the B final of the Year 10 First 8 coming down the river now. We've got Sydney Boys High in 1. Yes, we've got a full race of 4. Scott's in 2, Grammar in 3, St Joseph's in lane 4. Expecting a good showing from the Sydney Grammar School crew in this race. I remember earlier today in the heat, the bowman came off his seat there late in the race and may have cost him contributed to them perhaps not making the A final. They still bravely ran a very close third, but they're taking advantage of this B final, that's for sure, and are in front at the moment. Crew from Sydney Grammar. Yeah, but It's probably the closest to them is probably Joey's out there in lane 4, but it's Grammar there in 3. Here in the B final of the Year 10 First 8. This Grammar crew of Parker Burton, Moncrief, Clifton, Goldberg, Berkeloo, Koskar, Slack, Hyde, James Stoyd is the Cox, the St Joseph's crew, Owen O'Kane, Harris, Moorshead, Goff, Nagel, Gersoy, Palmazzani, Ballantonio, and they're coached by Will Raven. Scott's in third at the moment, Ireland, Juricic, Pikulis, McGregor, Stewart, Wells, Lamson, Hughes, Cardinals are Cox, coached by Ed Manton, and Sydney High in fourth, Lee, Park, Rustandi, Zhang, Zhao, Coman and Matthews, Shim and Kai is the Cox.
It's going to be a good finish here, Pete, although it looks as though the Joey's Coxswain hasn't really gotten his boat in the right direction. Just getting it squared up now. Unfortunately, I think that's cost them a wee bit. They were on terms about 50 metres ago, and now he may have some rudder issues.
Yeah, I think he
quietly.
has. I think this Joey's crew's got some rudder issues.
Yeah, something's happened here.
So the Strokes just caught a crab too. That's a shame. It is Sydney Grammar. They will go on and win the B final of the Year 10 First 8. They rode a very good race this morning, and they were in the B final. Back to the crew from Scott's, and then High, who've gone past Joey's. Joey's now have got their 8 oars back in the water. They'll have to straighten the boat up. Let's watch this canoeist. Watch. Oh, goodness. So they've just gone off the course, Joey's. They've had all sorts of trouble there with some rudder issues, and the coach has caught the stroke there. Had some oar issues, but we have the winners of that B final in the school's Year 10 First 8. Very impressive Sydney Grammar crew. Cohen Parker Burton, Oscar Moncrief, Carter Clifton, Richard Goldberg, Toby Berkeloo, Jamie Koska, Charlie Slack, Zachary Hyde, James Stoyder as the Cox. Second place ended up being the crew from Scott, Samuel Ireland, Tom Juricic, Monty Pikulis, Lucas McGregor, Samuel Stewart, Angus Wells, Jack Lamson, Archie Hughes, Finlay Cardinals are Cox. They're coached by Ed Manton. And in third place was a crew from Sydney Boys High, Brandon Lee, Alex Park, Neo Rustandi, Boris Zhang, Alex Zhao, Jordan Coman and Jake Matthews, Jin Shim, Terry Say is the Cox. The A final will be underway very shortly in starters' hands. Up there we'll have Shaw going out of lane 1, St Augustine's in 2, St Ignatius in 3, Newington in 4.
Hey, Pete, it's getting pretty warm. Is this going to knock the crews around much? Realise it's only 1,400 metres, but they're out on the water, 15 minutes before they kick? It would be an issue, I suspect.
Absolutely. Warm day, be early 30s. They're even with a bit of a nor'easter. It doesn't even feel like a cool nor'easter. They'll be, and it's a long time to wait around. As much as they seek shade and get a drink between races, it's still pretty warm. And they'll sleep well tonight. There's no doubt about that. I know it's slightly shorter than the races they usually do up at Penrith, which are 2,000 metres on fresh water, 1,400 metres on salt water is you can move along a little bit quicker. But
you sort of wonder, because it is only 1,400 metres, whether they sort of get aerobically tapped out a little bit more. It'd be a different sort of output.
Yeah, and with the following wind. Still under starters' orders up there. They're away here in the final of the school's U10 first states. We've got Shaw in 1, St Augustine's in 2, St Ignatius in 3, and Newington in 4, expecting this to be an excellent race. There was only around about 3 or 4 seconds separating these 4 crews in the times they rode this morning in the heats a little earlier on today. It's probably St Ignatius over there in lane 3, throwing the early challenge out here with Newington and Scott's. St Augustine's just slightly off the pace, but they'll move a little bit closer as the race goes on, I would think. They were very impressive this morning. This is turning into be, as we expected, a very competitive race, the U10 first eights. St Ignatius holding a slight advantage over Newington and St Augustine's. Shaw just slightly back there in lane 1. The battle very much is in the middle of the river now. These 3 boats are very close together. Coxswains have got them racing very tightly, and a nice challenge there for the rowing officials.
This is going to be a very interesting turn, isn't it? They're quite snug.
St Ignatius in front. They just got pipped at the post by the crew from Kings in last week's New South Wales Championship, so in their under-17s event there. So they'll be looking to gain victory today. They're getting pushed now across, as the marshal is, to go to the northern side of that of the buoy in the middle. Cross now in front. Newington's getting waved across there by the official to allow St Ignatius to get some room to turn the corner. And while that's been going on, St Augustine's have been sneaking along there in lane 2. They're probably presenting the biggest danger to the crew from St Augustine's. He's going to get a very good corner here, the St Augustine's Cox. So it's St Augustine's could very well have snuck up on the inside here to challenge the crew from St Ignatius. St Ignatius now have straightened and have found maybe a canvas there.
They've got the sniff, Pete. They're heading for home. Here they go. Home.
Rowing about a point or so underneath the St Augustine's crew, but still holding.
Bear in mind the course, the course on the crew on the Hunters Hill side of the course does have an advantage at the line. This is going to be very, very close.
St Ignatius in front, but the challenge is coming from the crew from St Augustine's. St Ignatius in front by around about a quarter of a length. St Augustine's trying to bridge the gap, but St Ignatius will win the A final of the U10-8. Second St Augustine's, third crew from Newington, and then back to shore. So that winning crew, St Ignatius, Campbell, Connor, Brandon, Sullivan, Jack Ward, Angus McGrath, Montague, Hiles, Harrison Davis, Thomas Johnson, Josh Delaney. They're coxed by James Stack, coached by Ollie Smith. St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, Jason Chow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tankred, William Pender, Josh Arundel, Ryder Taylor is the cox, coached by Juan Jungermark. Third there was Newington, Oscar McConnell, Leon Titmus, Freddie Longcroft, Daniel Murr, Harrison Veach, Toby Denton, Aidan Chandler, Zach DeHannon, Blake Jewis is the cox, and Shaw in fourth there. Henry Faddy, Jack Riding, Ollie Smith, Will Kellett, although I think Will rode in the second U10-8. Oliver Edwards, Sam Wiles, Charlie Callaghan, Charlie Francis, Callum Jews, the Cox.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just turn our attention now to race 71, which is the women's B grade quad scull. Again, this is a club-only event. So this will be contested by 2 UTS crews, both in lanes 1 and 3 respectively, and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. A defining feature of these races is that all of the rowers are actually rowing without a cox. So this is a coxless quad. So it'll be up to the person sitting at the bow, or that's the front of the boat, who'll be doing the steering. So an added challenge there for these university students or these club rowers, but a fantastic event with 2 university crews, UTS and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2.
And of course, this style of rowing goes all the way through to the Olympics. So I remember all the way back in 2000, there was a German crew, ladies quad scull 4, and they were unbelievably good. So it's a talent, this. And while the bow sort of looks, the stroke actually steers. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It can be both sometimes. It can be bow steered or stern steered, depending on how the boat's set up. And as you said, this actually goes, all of the boats bar the men's 8 or the women's 8 are actually coxless. So the cox will only steer in an 8 at Olympic level and at World Championship level. So it's obviously another skill that once you start rowing outside of school, you have to learn. But fantastic nonetheless. Not a lot to separate the 3 crews here. It seems as though I've got Sydney Rowing Club slightly ahead of the UTS crew in lane 1. Just a reminder that lanes 1 and 2 are on the Hunters Hill side of the river, whereas lanes 3, 4 and 5 are on the Longueville side of the river. So lanes 1 and 2 will have to go inside the 2 boys there and inside the pole. And it's looking as though that the Sydney Rowing Club, who have currently established the lead, will have an advantage being able to turn a little bit earlier and get more of a straight run towards the finish.
Are those 2 boats getting close there? Oh no, maybe not.
We're quite blessed up here. We can actually see that the boats are. It is quite difficult, but the Sydney Rowing Club boat seems to be steering a little bit into the UTS team, and then the UTS will come back. It is obviously difficult having no cox in there, no one steering the boat. They're doing it all with their feet. So you can see a lot of interesting sort of driving when you're out there and when you're spectating.
And I suppose what the steerer does is pick an object to know I'm going straight and keeps in line with that object somewhere in the distance.
Yeah, essentially when they line up, they'll take a point behind them, make a semicircle over their head and take a point that they can see in front of them and try to keep that as straight as possible.
It gets a little bit harder on a bendy course like this, yeah.
Correct. The dog leg does obviously not take that into consideration. But at least from here, you know, if you're looking at the point of Longueville, just coming around here, or the point of Burns Bay, you know you're going straight.
Yeah. Well, we've had a crossover here.
We've got the Sydney Rowing Club crew have just come into lane 3, and the other UTS crew for the lane 3 have come over to lane 2. But it is UTS who have managed to get a good run out of lane 1. That left-hand turn really paying dividends for that UTS crew. As you can see, the added difficulty of not having a coxswain, being able to steer yourself, can add a few metres and a few seconds to your time, but it will be the UTS crew, UTS number 1 crew, who are going to come home in front of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, followed by the other UTS crew. That UTS crew in lane 1 is Ali Waddington, Sarah Fahad, Sophie Aguirre, Amelia Cooper, and coached by Kate Healy. The second Sydney Rowing Club crew is Liesl Page, Neve Tierney, Lauren Moran, Talissa Noak Driver, coached by Lockie Carter, Felix Dew, and Donovan Check. And the UTS crew that was in lane 3 is Sarah Bakri, Grace Burke, Lila Anderson, Holly Garner, and coached by Katie Healy.
Thank you, Josh. Great call on that race. Very tricky there with those quads downwind with no coxswains. We've got on the course now, we've got a combined final. So there's no B final for the School 4-4. There is just the one final because there's only the 5 crews. Shore in 1, St Ignatius 1 in 2, St Ignatius 2 in 3, Sydney Grammar in 4, and the King's School in 5.
Pete, from the heat this morning, would you expect the Riverview Quinella here? They won both the heats.
It's a spec. Yeah. So both these crews, actually the Riverview number 1 crew actually made the final of the New South Wales Championships last week. All four Riverview 4s made the final last week. So plenty of depth in this shed. But this number 2 crew hasn't been far from them, and I think Huey Courts has enjoyed the fact that he's got these 2 crews at each other at every training session. So that's Shore in 1, that's Cureton, Mitchell, Bergen, Beatar, Cochrane. St Ignatius 1's in 2, Berry, Blenky, McCaffrey, Jeremy Holmes, McNulty, Hugh Courts is the coach. Ignatius number 2, Brown, Lenehan, Burgess, Harrop, Brasington, coached by Hugh Courts. Sydney Grammar is Raymond Lee, Rory Wall, Dominic Wee, Pavle Hornby, Maximilian Downey, Twist is the Cox. And King's over there in 5, Purdon, Miranda Clark, Andrew Chitfield, Jones Miller, coached by Jamie McDonald. So the action really is in the middle of the course here between these 2 St Ignatius crews, pushing each other along and push themselves to around about half a length in front of, it's probably the crew from King's out there in 5 who are probably closest to these 2 St Ignatius crew, and then just back to Scott's and then back to Sydney Grammar. As I said, it's a 1 final today. There's no B final in the 4-4. 4 crews in. 5 crews in. St Ignatius number 1 crew. Holding a comfortable advantage at the moment, back to the number 2 crew. King's over there in lane 5, probably 3rd. We've got Shaw now moving along in lane 1. They may be the closest challenger to the King's School for 3rd, and then back to Sydney Grammar. This is a very impressive 4-4, this St Ignatius 4-4. They're holding a comfortable lead, and the biggest danger looks like it's their own classmates there in lane 3. But as they turn for home, St Ignatius number 1 with a full head of steam. Getting chased gamely by their number 2 crew. Shaw may very well have come along the inside there and maybe just in front of the Kings for 3rd, but 150 metres to go. It is St Ignatius number 1 holding off their number 2 crew, who are now getting challenged by Shaw. St Ignatius number 1 holding a comfortable lead. Rowing nice and long. Then number 2 crew. That's the Murray Mar. It's the Murray Mar in front. It's the St Ignatius number 1 crew in front. Shaw is probably, so St Ignatius number 1 is 1. Very tight for second. I would say Shaw is just pip St Ignatius number 2 crew for second. Back to Kings in 4th. Then Sydney Grammar.
Oh, it's getting hot in the balcony now.
And then Sydney Grammar in 5th. I'm not the judge, remember. I'm just calling it. So the schools, 4th. St Ignatius number 1, Shea Berry, Christo Blenky, Angus McCaffrey, Jeremy Holmes, Ryan McNulty is Cox, Coach Huey Courts. Just waiting on the judge's official for second.
The internet's down.
I think it's about that far. So the official there was St Ignatius number 1 first. Second was the crew from Shaw. Third was the crew from Sydney Ignatius. Then back to Kings and Grammar. It's about that far. 0.35 of a second was the difference between second and third in that race.
Good calling, Pete.
I made a mistake once, Dotty, but it was a long time ago.
I wasn't there.
So 0.35 a second, it's about a bow ball. So St Ignatius number 1 crew, Shea Berry, Christo Blenky, Angus McCaffrey, Jeremy Holmes, Ryan McNulty's Cox, they're coached by Huey Courts. Shaw just sneaking along the inside there, Jackson Curran, Thomas Mitchell, Hamish Bergen, Oliver Beatar, Toby Cochran's the Cox, and St Ignatius number 2 in third, Alistair Brown, Angus Lenahan, Riley Burgess, Thomas Harrop, Will Brasington, coached by Huey Courts, doing a great job with those 4th fours. We've only got 2 crews in the B final of the school's 3rd 4. That's Shaw and Newington. And Shaw holding a comfortable lead here. That's a crew of McFarlane, Stacker, Kingdom, Hebblewhite, Charlie Wars, Cox, Newington, Wadland, Brockman, Tompkins, Phillips, Dylan Henry, coached by Sam Bristow and Callan Latham. But it is a comfortable lead here for this crew from the Shaw School in the B final of the school's 3rd 4. It's going to be a fairly comfortable victory here for this crew from Shaw in the B final of the 3rd 4. Still, the coaches in these races, they look for certain markers. They want the effort still to be there from both crews. Newington coach will be watching them as closely as anything to ensure that they're keeping their standards and holding their shape and keeping their rhythm. It's not a lot of fun when you're a fair way behind with still 300 metres to go, but he'll be looking for them to continue that. Shaw getting a good kick along there by the spectator craft there at the 150 metre mark. But they're going to comfortably win the B final here of the 3rd 4.
Peter, here's a question. Did any of them row home again? Any of them get back to the Parramatta River the hard way?
I don't know. The old days they used to. I don't think so now. I remember
Tough
a few
going.
generations ago, Michael, we'd do that, and we broke a boat once off the Woolwich Wharf.
Yeah, remember that.
But it is Shaw coming home. They will win the B final of the school's third four, and they'll win it comfortably. And that's the crew of Aidan McFarlane, Nick Stacker, Lewis Kingdom, Jack Hebble-White, Charlie Warser Cox, Newington crew, Nick Wadlin, Anthony Brockman, Lachlan, Tompkins, Edward Phillips, Dylan Henry, coached by Sam Bristow and Callan Latham. We've got the third 4A final out on the course at the moment. We've got the crews of St Joseph's in 1, St Ignatius in 2, Grammar in 3 and Kings in 4. As Newington cross the line now in the school's third 4 in the B final. A finals on the course, and it is another impressive performance by one of these Riverview fours. This is their third 4, holding a lead at the moment. Closest to them is Kings in lane 4, but it is the crew from St Ignatius in 2, holding a comfortable lead after the first third of the A final. That's the crew of Luke Bannerman, Gabriel Turner, Samuel Fleming, Jack Simon, Harrison Burness is the Cox. They're coached by Huey Courts. King's crews, Gabriel Nable, Ryan Jelinek, Angus Masters, Will Collins, Otto Gerber. They're coached by Nicholas Jones. The Joey's crews, Fletcher Kearns, Charles Watt, Jacob Goss, Sean Kalingio, Lachlan Mulders is the Cox, and they're coached by Matt Courtney. And Sydney Grammar is Matthew Kelly, Michael Sanderson, Hartley Warren, Todd Potter, and Marcus Shipway as a Cox. But it is, looks like it's a race in 2 at the moment, but it is St Ignatius quite comfortably in front.
Same deal here, Pete. This crew will just very much row within themselves. 5 weeks to the grand final, so a lot of work to be done between now and then. So in an opportunity like this, over just 1,400 metres, they'll just make sure everything is what it should be and keep the pressure out of the boat. It's a good opportunity. Nothing beats race experience, but there's much bigger fish to fry than what we're doing here today.
So Joey's crews actually looks like it's withdrawn for the race after about 500 or 600 metres. They've just crossed into the inside. So there's only 3 crews left in this A final, and it's St Ignatius in front by a long way as they come to the corner. They crossed on the inside, Joey's. Yeah, they're going over there. They're out. So the St Ignatius third 4 is going to, barring disaster, is going to win this quite comfortably, and the Riverview faithful over here at Cove Cottage are going to enjoy them coming underneath them here. St Ignatius in front. Sorry, mate. They've safely negotiated the corner. And they are maybe 4 lengths in front. So, St Ignatius, their third 4, holding a commanding lead. Kings haven't given up all the way down, have kept them in their sights, but it is an impressive row here.
Comfortably on the bridle here, Pete.
Oh,
they're well within themselves. They won't blow out a candle at the end of this. It's a very good boat.
So it's another very strong 4 here for St Ignatius, and they will win the school's third 4 at their home regatta. Kings in second, and it will be back to Grammar in third. So that's St Ignatius crew. Luke Bannerman, Gabriel Turner, Samuel Fleming, Jack Simon. Harrison Burness is the Cox, coached by Huey Courts. Second there, the crew from Kings, Gabriel Nall, Ryan Jelinek, Angus Masters, Will Collins, Otto Gerber is the Cox, coached by Nicholas Jones. And in third place there, with about 100 metres to go, about 50 metres to go, there is a crew from Sydney Grammar, Matthew Kelly, Michael Sanderson, Hartley Warren, Todd Potter, Marcus Shipway is the Cox.
It's a shout out for the umpires there. That does not look fun out there. Not an iota of shade there. Those guys are doing that very tough.
Go back to your earlier question, Michael. It must be very warm out the water because it's pretty warm up here as well, just quietly, and we're getting a bit of a breeze. So, yeah, they've had enough. So, not sure what happened with the Joey's crew in that third four, but we saw them tail off there and basically disqualify themselves by crossing the inside lane. Next race will be the B final of the school second four, which will be Newington and Grammar. They'll be coming down the middle of the course.
So just noting that was a 5:03 win. We're just discussing here it was a 5:10 in the heat this morning. So whether that's that tailwind picking up, we're still arguing over whether the tide is ebbing or doing the other thing that tides do, or they just get quicker because it's a final. But it's a little bit faster. But both those Riverview fours look very comfortable. And as I said before, they have bigger things coming their way.
Yeah, I suspect they're going to be very strong over 2,000 metres, that's for sure. We're going to get cooked here in an hour. So the second four B final under starters orders up there. Yeah, they're there right up the start. They're just about to go. I've got them on the glasses.
Peter Beaucaire has a wonderful pair of 40B20s. He can see for miles.
No, just about to. They're on time. Yeah, he's holding them. Yeah. Okay, they're away here in the B final of the school second four. Newington v Grammar. Newington in lane 2, Grammar in 3. That Newington crew, Armitage, Cooper, Kinley Side, Morsley, Iliopius is the Cox, coached by Stuart McDonald. That Grammar crew is Samuel Williams, James Fifield, Curtis Pepper, Elliot Al Young, and Ian Burer is the Cox. It's actually quite close, this race. It's a match race in two, Newington and Grammar. Newington holding
They
a
usually
slight
are,
advantage.
Pete.
It is close. Your best. Might need some pickle juice up here in the commentary box. Dotty's cramped up. But we have Newington
pressure.
holding a slight advantage to Sydney Grammar here in the B final of school second four. Newington have probably pulled to around about a length lead here at the around about the halfway mark of this B final of the school second four.
They're nearly at the bend, Pete.
No, we'll be gone. Yeah, heat clouds, Dotty, the heat clouds. You didn't listen enough. So we've got Newington comfortably winning the school second four. This is the B final, and they're holding around about a 5-length lead.
Away in the A final, Peter.
They are away up there, I can see at the start. But coming down here in the B final, Newington crew, B final here of the second four. They will win comfortably. That's a crew of Alexander Armitage, Zachary Cooper, Noah Kinleyside, Samuel Morsley, Stephen Ilopoulos as the Cox. They're coached by Stuart McDonald. Sydney Grammar will be second in the B final. That's Samuel Williams, James Fifield, Curtis Pepper, Elliot R. Young, and Ian Buer as the Cox. So well done to those crews. And we look back up the river. We've got the A final of the school second four. We've got Kings in 1, St Ignatius in 2, Shaw in 3, St Joseph's in 4. And we have all 4 crews away here, and St Ignatius have got a very strong start here. Holding about a half length. You can do those. You get the app one where you can do it. It's a bit fidgety. Yeah. So St Ignatius got some clear water from Kings there and have crossed across. Almost here in lane 1, and they're holding a very comfortable lead back to the crew from Shaw and then St Joseph's. It's St Ignatius crew of James Good and Liam Sullivan, Maxwell Whitaker, Walter Walker, Lachlan Horton Smith. They're coached by Jobo Kerr. The Shaw crew coming second at the moment. It's Max Gillian, Piers Mendel, Adam Watson, Edward Kenny, Alex Bishop's the Cox, Kings, Charlie Deacon, William Hurst, Cameron Schultz, Daniel Payne, Aidan O'Shea Cox, coached by Jack Cook, and St Joseph's. It's Kobe Ashby, Max Moore, Walter Courtney, Ben Hannon, Jonathan Yates is the Cox, and they're coached by Tom Morgan. So St Ignatius holding a slight lead over shore, probably around about 3/4 of a boat length. Coxon's just lining up for the corner. His crew's done a good job. He's pulled them well and truly in front to give him a clean look around this corner. Going to give himself a bit more room there on the bow side, would be a bit more comfortable, I would be, but away they go. So it's St Ignatius turned in front. And they found another gear as they come inside the last 200 metres.
They're kicking down now. We might see a bit of a good old-fashioned letdown here.
St Ignatius in front. They've pressed on now. They found another 2 seats there. They've kicked again.
Good on the shore boat
very
for
good
keeping
run.
them honest. Shore haven't gone away, so this is a good race.
St Ignatius in front. 100 metres to go. They've just taken another 1/4 of a length. St Ignatius will win the A final of the school's second 4. Shore the second. Close run here for third between St Joseph's and Kings. St Joseph's will hold on to third place from Kings, but that is a victory for St Ignatius in the school's second 4. That's a crew of James Gooden, Liam Sullivan, Maxwell Whitaker, Walter Walker, Lachlan Horden-Smith, coached by Jobo Kerr. Second place there, Shaw, Max Gillian, Piers Mendel, Adam Watson, Edward Kenny, Alex Bishop's the Cox. St Joseph's in third there, Kobe Ashby, Max Moore, Walter Courtney, Ben Hannon, Jonathan Yates is the Cox, coached by Tom Morgan. Kings in fourth, Charlie Deacon, William Hurst, Cameron Schultz, Daniel Payne, Aidan O'Shea's Cox, coached by Jack Cook.
We're away in the B final here of the first 4. In lane 1, St Joseph's, lane 2, Scots, lane 3, Newington, lane 4, Sydney High, and lane 5, Sydney Grammar.
No, it might be right. It was a quick time there in the A final school second 4. They've gone under 5 minutes. That's 4:53. So those crews were really racing down there. I think you might be right, Dottie. I reckon the tide may very well have topped out.
So it's unebbing. Is that the expression we use?
I don't know. I didn't pay enough attention to geography. But we have, in the B final of the school's first 4, we've got Joey's in 1, Scott's in 2, Newington in 3, High in 4, Grammar in 5. All 5 boats are in the race, which is good to see. The battle's probably between St Joseph's in 1 and the crew from Newington in 3. That's Joey's of Daniel Taylor, Lachlan Foster, Nicholas Callanan, Malcolm Deegan. Flynn Bruins of Cox, coached by Tom Morgan. Newington there, Stanley Martin, Marcus Bergen, Toby Cabrin, Tavendale, Harvey Carnegie, Bowen Keegans of Cox, coached by Stuart McDonald. Probably got Scots there in fourth there, Edison Lowe, Jonty Tapper, Ethan Kligman, Oscar Levi, Zakin Hewells of Cox, they're coached by Jason Baker. And then Sydney High, Ajit Jama, Daniel DeCosta, Kradia Singh, Samuel Ewan, Patrick Chen. And that's Grammar right out there in lane 5, Jonathan Lydgas, Sterling Van Aas, Kieran Hewen, Nicholas Johnston, TJ Abdul Saeed is the Cox. So it's going to be quite a willing final, this one. Newington just holding the advantage over St Joseph's. And they're going to get very tight here on the corner. Yeah, he's just had enough distance to cover. St Joseph's are straight now. But it is Newington in front. St Joseph's just straightened up now and getting settled amongst it. Newington in front. And it's the A final. The first four is already on the course, but we've got the B final coming down. Newington in front. St Joseph's second. Joey's pulling themselves up alongside Newington. Challenge is going to come from St Joseph's. Newington still a quarter of a length in front. 4 or 5 strokes to go. So Newington will win the B final of the school's first four. St Joseph's second. It'll be Grammar third, Scott's fourth, and then back to High. A Newington crew of Stanley Martin, Marcus Bergden, Toby Cameron Tavadale, Harvey Carnegie, Bowen Keegan, Stuart McDonald's the coach. Joey's crew of Dan Taylor, Lachlan Foster, Nicholas Callanan, Malcolm Deegan, Flynn Bruins the Cox, coached by Tom Morgan, and back in third place was the crew from Scott's, Edison Lowe, Johnny Taper, Ethan Kligman, Oscar Levi, Zachem Hugheswell, coached by Jason Baker. Really good race coming down here. We've got St Augustine's in the lead in lane 3. The challenge for them is going to come along the inside lanes of both Shaw and St Ignatius College in the A final of the school's 4-4. You're about 2 points under him, son. Coxon's doing a good job here. So coming to the corner here, St Augustine's will turn in front. Bit of an effort now coming from both the St Ignatius and Shaw crews in third and second respectively as they turn the corner. With St Augustine's in front, as I mentioned earlier, this is a high quality crew. And they're maybe 2 lengths in front of Shaw. Challenge for Shaw is going to be St Ignatius College along the inside. They've sort of picked up a bit of rate here and now coming at them. St Ignatius in front. St Augustine's in front. Shaw second, St Ignatius third, but it is St Augustine's, a high quality first four. Winners of the national championships last week. St Ignatius just trailed off here. He's just hit the boy. So St Augustine's in first, and they will win comfortably the school's first four. Shaw will come second. St Augustine's crossing the line first. Shaw second. St Ignatius third. And back to Kings in fourth. So that's St Augustine's crew of Oscar St Pierre, Tane Pites, Dougal McKenzie, Joe Lynch, Ryder Taylor Cox, coached by Judith Ingermark and Matthias Ingermark. In second place was crew from Shaw, Jock Fenwick, Rory Hall, James Collier, Jordan Elliott, Sam Warburton. Third place was St Ignatius, Hugh Waldron, Charlie Harrison, James Heer, Thomas Hartman, James Razor Cox, coached by Joe Beaucaire. Kings in fourth, Oscar Petrus, Grayson Odbert, Louis Todd, Ethan Zhu, Fergus Lawson's the Cox, coached by Jack Cook. Schoolgirls second 8 has been cancelled. The next race will be the school second 8, the B final. That's A final, first four. St Augustine. You hit the boy there at about 100 hours. I don't think we would have caught him, but you hit the boy. They just underrated the whole way down. Yeah. So a little bit of a break here before the B final of the school second 8 because we had a race cancellation.
Getting warm, Pete.
Just while we're waiting for the school second 8 to start, I'd just like to once again plug the Old Ignatius Union Barbecue and Bake Sale that's still on down underneath the tent down there. All the proceeds go towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. So please, it's all for a good cause. So please get down there. If you're a little bit peckish for an afternoon snack, get down there. We are going into the final 5 races of the day. Looking forward to the school second 8, the women's open 8, and then the men's open 8. Final 3 races of the day.
close to a start here in the school's second 8. This is the B final.
Josh just observing to us here that the starts are probably becoming a little bit problematic as the wind freshens. And certainly the boats look as though they're being pushed back towards Mara Sisters Woolwich. So this is probably going to take just a little bit of time to get the line. And if it is umpire Tate on the starters podium, things will be perfect before they jump, Pete, I can tell you that.
Well, he might be getting a bit grumpy too if they're running late, but I can only see Joey's and Scott's up there. Oh, no, it's high. I can see high now in 1. They're sort of just a bit obscured there on lane 1. He's just fishing. Tatey was saying before when he came up lunch, he said that breeze just pushing him across at the start. And the tide still running out. Yeah. I don't know. Or maybe it's there. He had him set up there, but it looks like they've blown off the start there. They'll recalibrate that start.
We're away in the B final of the second 8. We've got 3 crews here, high in 1, St Joseph's in 2 and where am I? Scott's in 3.
Scott's in 3, that's correct.
Looks like Grammar aren't rowing.
Oh, I can't see a grammar crew down there, Michael. So we've got the high in 1, that's Johnson, Wong, Waxman, Ewan, Wang, Lee, Rusley, Tran and Park. St Joseph's there in 2, Timms, Baxter, Dreyer, Newsom, Massey, Moulders, Ball, Williams, Clark's, the Cox, coached by Michael Lane, David Geely. And Scott's there in lane 3. Gazarden, Purdue, Brand, Halliday, Hart, Linton, Duffy, Stamboli, Moore, Conrad Lowe is the Cox, and they're coached by Jason Baker. Probably Joey's in front here at the moment after the first 300 metres. They've had some good results in regattas the last few weeks. It's St Joseph's crew made the the schoolboys 8 final last week up at New South Wales Championships. They're number 1 and number 2 crews, so they've had a good few weeks racing. But it is a little bit different on the shorter course on saltwater. But they are holding a comfortable lead as we speak.
Pete, we're just talking about the fact that with the wind blowing around and getting a line and getting a start starting to prove incredibly difficult. These kids don't get to do a lot of the river starts anymore. Most of their rowing is out of the gates at Cirque. Do you reckon that knocks them around a little bit, as in they've got to get their mind back into the job after all the difficulty of starting, and then they've got to, settle down? It must be a bit of a challenge for them, I suspect.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Particularly after they got used to Cirque. Although we've got to remember a lot of these crews are used to, when they were in quads and things, they were river starts, so... And they're a little bit more difficult to navigate than these, but you're right, it's a different ball game than getting held at the 2,000 metre start.
Yeah, I'd even contend it's probably even more difficult in the afternoon than the morning, and that's something that they probably haven't experienced.
100%. So St Joseph's holding a pretty commanding lead here in the B final of the school second 8. It'll be Scott's in second and back to Sydney High in third. That'd be great if you could get off the course. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for that.
I think he's going to run out of water. Okay, so got St Joseph's in front, back to Scott's, and then High in third here in the B final of the school second 8. There was a police launch down here earlier, but it's St Joseph's in front here in the B final of the school second 8.
What do you think, Pete? Looks like Scott's are going to keep them honest.
They're not far off, around about a length and a half back in second, and then back to the school from Sydney High. Yeah, they rode well last week, this St Joseph's second 8, and they're rowing quite well in this B final. I think they'll probably be a bit disappointed they didn't make the A final, but they are holding a comfortable lead with around about 100 metres to go in the B final here of the school second 8. That's St Joseph's crew of Timms, Baxter, Dreyer, Newsom, Massey, Moulders, Ball, Williams, Benjamin Clark's a coached by Michael Lane and David Geely. Back to Scott's there in second. Gazarden, Purdue, Brand, Halliday, Hart, Linton, Duffy, Stamboli, Moore, Conrad Lowe's the Cox, coached by Jason Baker, and then Sydney Boys High will come third. Johnson, Wong, Waxman, Ewan, Wang, Lee, Rusley, Tran, Isaiah Park is the Cox. We've got the school's second 8 final on the river at the moment.
Looks close, Pete.
We've got 4 starters and we've only got about a length between 4 of them. We've got St Ignatius in 1, Shaw in 2, Newington in 3 and Kings in 4. Action's in the middle of the course here with Shaw and Newington are probably holding around about a length back to both Kings and St Ignatius, who are just sort of snuggled up there on the inside lane. Shaw's got some coverage there and is probably going to take the line here in a moment.
just looking at the form from the heat this morning, I've got to opine that Riverview must have missed the kick because they shouldn't be that far back.
So Newington and Shaw both rowing great downwind conditions.
No, I think we've had an intimate moment here.
So Kings and Newington have clashed there in lane 3. They got very close there as they were going for the corner. That's allowed this crew from Shaw, who were probably, to be fair, were probably already in front, holding about a length and a quarter back to the crew from St Ignatius. So disappointment there for the Newington and Kings crews out in lane 3 and lane 4. But it is Shaw in front. They've taken another...
Coxon did well there. Shaw Coxon did exceptionally well.
The Shaw crews are enjoying these downwind conditions today and are revelling in it. And it's very difficult to pass a Shaw 8 in full flight downwind, and they are going further ahead here inside the last 150 metres. So Shaw cheered on by a big spectator boat there. They're a length, maybe 2 lengths now back to the crew from St Ignatius and moving further ahead. Very impressive row here by the crew from Shaw. They've gone out to 3 lengths in front and going further away. It's a very impressive school second 8. Shaw back to Riverview in second.
That Riverview boat will live to fight another day.
They will.
They're battling on there. Young Angus McKinnon there in the 4 seat, finishing off beautifully.
Kings in third. And then back to Newington in 4th, who have had some damage, I believe, from that clash. So Shaw in first. That's the crew of Peter Bennett, Alex Smith, Harry Marshall, Oscar Mulbauer, Liam McFarlane, Tom Hebblewhite, Ben Muffett, Remy Cameron, Hamish Longstaff's the Cox. Back to St Ignatius in second, Willie Ryan, Harris Lloyded and Jude Smith, Angus McKinnon, Phoenix Graham, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Sebastian Zuckerman, Connor Eager, Edward Thorpe, coached by Gareth Deacon. Kings in third, it's Charles Whalen, Peter Zagas, Alfred McLean, Fraser Waite, Ben McKenna, Campbell Wickham, Lachlan Wong, James Davis, Danis Galvins, coached by Harrison Randell and Steve Edwards. And we've got Newington now crossing the line in 4th. Clash of oars there and maybe a breakage there with 500 to go. No blade there on the oar. So a brave effort there by Newington, crossing the line there in 4th. That's Hunter Elliott, James Blakeman, Alexander Tetley, Mark Gralakis, William Chandler, Anders Koskeller, Leo Grippy, Finn Grove, Will Nicholas as a Cox, coached by Will Anders. And they will live to fight another day. So very good racing there in the schools. I'm going to hand over now to Josh to bring us home for the last 2 races of the day.
Great work, Peter. Thank you. That Gareth Deacon, who coaches the Riverview second 8, his T-shirt collection's quite fantastic. He's got all the colours, I think. He's got a bit of Sydney High in there, a bit of Cerise, and there's a couple of others in there as well, I think. Good man, Gareth, and a very good rowing coach. Where's the original program?
So we're just awaiting the start now of the Women's Gold Challenge Cup race, competed by Sydney University number 2 in lane 1, Sydney University number 1 in lane 3, and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, with Pymble Ladies being a late scratching out of lane 2.
And Josh, this event commenced in 2008, and looking at previous winners, the spoils have gone between PLC, Sydney Uni, Sydney University again, Mossman, UTS got up there one year, and Sydney Rowing have won the last couple. So they're the defending title holders.
So the title holders will be out of lane 4, but you expect Sydney University in lane 1 to give them a bit of a challenge here. And we're just waiting on that start. As we said before, up at the start line, there's a bit of a breeze that's affecting all of them. They are starting to drift a little bit. But this is the penultimate race of the day, the Women's Open 8, competing for the Women's Challenge Cup, Women's Gold Challenge Cup, currently retained by Sydney Rowing Club. Just while we all are still here as well, we'd like to take an opportunity to thank all the officials and all the organising committee for creating such a great day. We'd also like to thank the spectators for coming out here. It's been a fantastic day. The first time in 3 years we've been able to celebrate with you and spectate with you. We've had a blast doing this up here in the commentary box, and it's fantastic to see all the support we get year in, year out.
Josh, I'd observe to you that the spectators are a knowledgeable mob. We've learnt a lot while we've been here.
So we're just awaiting the start now of the Women's Open 8 race. 3 club crews contesting this. 2 Sydney University crews and 1 Sydney Rowing Club crew, currently retained by Sydney Rowing Club. Expect some incredibly quick racing here. This is the upper echelon of rowing, women's rowing, if not in Sydney or New South Wales, but in Australia. There are certainly some incredible pedigree here coming down with these women's crew. A couple of the names that are coming off the page there. I've got Gemma Campbell from Sydney University. Evie Thompson. I believe that Lauren Graham as well. Hannah Coa's been coxing at Sydney Rowing Club for many years now and was the coxswain in the last year's winning crew. So certainly the hot favourites for this race. However, in lane 4, if Sydney University can get a good run out of lane 1, we may be seeing a different result. At the conclusion of both the races that are about to begin, the men's and women's Open 8, we'd like to ask both winning crews to come to the foreshore of St Ignatius College to present them with their winning oars and both respective Gold Challenge Cups, the women's and the men's.
And of course, Josh, for these 2 races, the oars aren't silver; they're actually gold, that's very special.
Very special.
Because we all know how special the silver oar is. So.
Correct. For any spectator or parent that's watching, the races you're about to see probably represent what rowing can look like for your child, your family member, post them finishing school. These students, or these that are currently rowing in the schoolboy races and schoolgirl races, have a chance to witness some great rowers here who have dedicated their lives post-school to a very tough sport. And we'd like to congratulate them, and we welcome their inclusion in today's race. It's been a fantastic day so far, and we're just about to get underway.
It's very true, Josh. I mean, you'd rather be here than watching a lot of sailboats going around, wouldn't you? I mean, really.
Absolutely. whilst we're still waiting here, it's probably important to congratulate all the rowers that have competed today. A big congratulations to everyone that has taken home a coveted silver oar. Congratulations to you. It's a fantastic event that we're able to witness on the shores of the Lane Cove River. What a fantastic day, fantastic weather, and with still some great racing to come.
What about you, Josh? You've been at it since before 8 o'clock this morning. So congratulations to you. You've done a cracking job. Well played.
Thanks, mate. Still just awaiting the start here. The marshals are having a little bit of a difficult time within the wind up the top there near Longueville Wharf. However, we will be beginning shortly. But on behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector, and Dr. Paul Hine, the principal of St Ignatius College Riverview, we'd like to thank you for your support here today. Your supporting schoolboy and rowing throughout New South Wales is a fantastic testament to what the sport of rowing. We'd also like to quickly remind all the boats that are still out there that we still have 2 more races to begin, that they could please vacate the course while there's still 2 races to happen.
Don't you reckon? He's on his way. He's going to floor this down the course.
And we are racing. So this is the Women's Open 8 race, the penultimate race for the day. We have in lane 1, we have Sydney University number 2 crew. In lane 3, we have Sydney University number 1 crew. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, who are the current holders of the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. As we've said before, we think that Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 will have to go outside the boys. So if we can get Sydney Uni here with an inside run to go straight down and finish off with the final part of the race, it will be an incredible finish to this race. Sydney Rowing Club sporting some Olympians.
They've jumped. So they're away here, Josh.
All 3 of us. It looks as though the Sydney University crew has a slender lead currently over its sister crew in lane 4, or it's at Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. So it may be the 2 crews that come outside the buoy that will have the advantage, but we cannot discount the Sydney University 2 crew rowing their own race there inside the buoy.
Josh, just working out here if the start line has really now changed its dynamic, and the Lane Cove side of the course is absolutely getting getting some sort of advantage here. As you mentioned, though, the crew on the inside line, they may close in on them here.
So as we've discussed there's a potential that the starting line may have thrown off some of the starting positions of these crews, but it looks as though that the Sydney University crew are holding off the Sydney Rowing Club crew on the outside in lane 4. Uni crew that are in lane 1 that may have the inside run if their coxswain makes the turn early enough to get a straight run home. I'd probably say they should have to go now, yes. But it's looking as though it will be the Sydney University and Sydney Rowing crew coming around the bend around the same time. The Sydney University crew doing incredibly well to come out and push the Sydney Rowing crew in lane 4 all the way to the Lane Cove side to get a straight run home. Correct, yeah. This will be a great race finish. Nothing to separate these two crews coming down now with Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Sydney University in lane 3, back to the other Sydney University crew in lane 1. But it will be the two crews out in front here. I think Sydney Uni probably have about a half a boat length of lead just as we come down towards the last 150 metres. It is a Sydney University boat putting up a few more strokes every time, putting a few more metres. Fantastic rowing. You can often talk about the crispness of the oar going in the water. The Sydney Uni and the Sydney Rowing Club crew going stroke for stroke here, Sydney Rowing Club trying to get over Sydney University, but it will be Sydney University who have won the Women's Gold Cup Challenge Cup from Sydney Rowing Club, who were the current holders. Congratulations, Sydney University. That is Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Olivia Natty, Grace Turner, Emily Shepherd, Ella Menzines, Sophie Whiteman, Zoe McKellar, Talia Bennett-Heppels is the cox, and they're coached by Alfie Young. Congratulations, ladies. Please come into the beach here at Riverview to collect your gold oars and receive the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Congratulations. We're finally just awaiting the start of the Men's Open 8. The Gold Challenge Cup up for grabs here. The current holders are again Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club doing the double last year. And doing it the year before as well. The Gold Cup has been going on since 1890, with only some misses due to wartime and no racing due to wartime and bad weather. But across this time, it's mostly been contested by clubs and schoolboys, with most famously the last school to win it outside of the last 20 years would be the Shaw School in 2004, the King's School in 2001, and St Ignatius College winning it in 1997. The current MIC of rowing, Dan Noonan, was rowing in that 8 that won the Gold Cup back in 1997.
That day, they must have partied hard here.
I think so. There's still photos everywhere around the college of that fateful day. Fantastic event. The whole Ramsey Hall was packed, singing war cries to celebrate that win. As I said before, this has been dominated pretty much entirely by club racing. It's Sydney Rowing Club who've won the last 2, and are then looking to retain and hold their crown today. So we'll see how they go. In the Men's Open 8, in Lane 1, we'll have UTS 2, Lane 2, UTS 1, Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, in Lane 4, Sydney University, and Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. So a couple of clubhouses there doubling their efforts, getting 2 crews to compete in this race, in Sydney University out of Lane 4.
The trophy cabinet of the winning boat shed.
That's correct. The Gold Cup unfortunately, given its age, is very fragile. So it does stay. It's in a glass case, probably a pressurised one at that as well. You try to retain it as much as possible. It is. You win it symbolically, and then you give it back to the college for a year. But your name is engraved on it somewhere in one of the down below. But yes, it is kept at Riverview throughout the year. But as you said before, Dottie, instead of a silver ore, the men's and women's go home with a gold ore, which is obviously a very special event. There's not many of those that exist. So the gold ore is clearly the prize that all of these rowers can take home if they're victorious today. And it looks like we're away. And so the men's Open 8 is finally underway with the final race of the day, racing for the Men's Gold Challenge Cup. We've got UTS number 2 crew in lane 1, UTS number 1 crew in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Sydney University in lane 4, and Sydney Rowing Club number 2 in lane 5.
Josh, what sort of rating will these guys be heading out at, do you think?
Given this is probably a shorter race and they'll be racing around a 1,400 metre race, you'd expect them to be up there around 38 to 40. They need to really absolutely kill themselves out of the start, get the rate up, get in front and establish a lead. As we've said before, the races in lane 5 have a bit of an advantage out of the start because they start in front of everyone, being a staggered start. But it is the crews that are in lanes 1 and 2 that will have an advantage coming through the dogleg turn, the big left-hander.
So will they back it down? Will they come off 38-40 and back it down to the low 30s in the middle section and then put the hammer down at the turning mark?
We used to like to picture this race in thirds. So this red pylon, the first red pylon you can see on the right hand, that would probably signify the end of the first third. And if you're in front there, that's probably a good indication that through this next section where you're going to hit the dogleg, that's probably the second third of the race. And then the rest of it obviously being come home when you get to the one in between these two pylons here is all home. So we'd like to think of it within that second third, you establish yourself, you allow the coxswain to set himself to get his turn right. So you don't want to really be pushing yourselves that more, making the boat as stable as possible through the turn. And then when you come home, that's when you can lift it and go hammer and tong.
Thank you for that.
That's all right. And it looks as though the Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane 3 have got an incredible lead here coming around the corner, but you can't discount this UTS crew, these two UTS crews who may have a good advantage if their coxswain can get their turn enough early, but it will be looking like the Sydney Rowing Club crew are going to come around the corner first, followed by the UTS crew in lane 2. And I can't really separate the next 3 crews that are coming up there. But it will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane 4 who are coming home to UTS in lane 1. Getting spurred on by their fellow counterparts in the women's Open 8 race. UTS are mounting a challenge here to Sydney Rowing Club. They've lifted their rate a little bit. As we said, this is the final third of the race where you'd expect all the race to really ride. You're pretty much running on adrenaline here to get yourself home. This 1,400 metre race a little bit shorter than what they're used to, but the Sydney Rowing Club, amazing run on the boat, just ticking the boat along, looking like they're doing it effortlessly. Fantastic row here from the Sydney Rowing Club, the winners of the 2023 Riverview Gold Challenge Cup, back to UTS in lane 1, and then Sydney University, UTS 2, and the other Sydney Rowing Club crew. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. Gentlemen, please come into the St Ignatius College Beach to be presented with your gold oars and the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup for 2023. Congratulations. So that men's Open 8 crew will be Torrin Olsen, Tom Cragen, Declan Glendinning, Harry Crouch, Matthew Morgan, Matthew Rowe, Bradley Graham, Alex Nicol. Teresa Harris is the cox, and they're coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. They have retained the Gold Challenge Cup for 2023. For those that are departing for the day, we'd just like to thank you for your support throughout the day. It's been a fantastic day. Without your support, days like this could not be possible. We'd also like to give a special thank you to the Rowing Committee and the Rowing New South Wales officials who have done a fantastic job officiating today's racing. This event, happening once a year, is unique in the fact that, yes, we allow schoolboy, schoolgirl and club racing, but also the distance and the fact that it always attracts a great amount of spectators who come down here to support rowing and rowing in Australia. So thank you very much from up here in the commentary box. It's been great being with you today, and we'll stick around for the presentation of both crews for their gold oars and the Gold Challenge Cups. Ladies and gentlemen, if you divert your attention to the beach, where the Principal Dr. Paul Hine will be presenting the winners of the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup for 2023, Sydney University. In a time of 4 minutes and 17 seconds, the crew is Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Olivia Natty, Grace Turner, Emily Shepherd, Ella Menzines, Sophia Whiteman, Zoe McKellar, Talia Barnett Heppels is the cocks, and they're coached by Alfie Young. Congratulations, girls, on a fantastic race. That is Sydney University, the winners of the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Dr. Hine. And the Sydney University crew will now come up to Cove Cottage, where they'll receive the physical trophy of the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Congratulations, girls. Just before we present the awards for the Men's Gold Challenge Cup, we'd like to thank all the volunteers and all the people that made today's racing possible, the New South Wales rowing officials, all the staff, and all the rowing coaches that are currently still out there collecting buoys. Thank you very much for your support and for your work throughout the day. And now presenting the winners of the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup for 2023. It is Sydney Rowing Club retaining their title from last year. That is Torrin Olsen, Tom Cragen, Declan Glendinning, Harry Crouch, Matthew Morgan, Matthew Rowe, Bradley Graham, Alex Nichol, coxed by Teresa Harris, and they're coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. They completed the course in a time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Congratulations, gentlemen. After you've received your gold oars down there, please come up to Cove Cottage where the commentary box is to receive the Gold Challenge Cup for 2023. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the 139th Annual Gold Cup Regatta. Thank you all for your attendance today. On behalf of Dr. Paul Hine, the principal, and Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector, we'd like to thank you for coming out here and supporting schoolboy and schoolgirl and club rowing in New South Wales and in Sydney. Thank you so much for being a part of what a great day. The first day we've had back with spectators. It's been great. My name's Josh DeAngelis. I've been in the commentary box with you all day. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next year for the 140th edition of the Gold Cup. Thank you.